What's good, royal family? It is Queen's Throne, and I'm back in the building to talk about Brother Polight's court date today, which we did have a sentencing, as well as it was just crazy. It was just really crazy. We're going to get into it. If you haven't watched the video that I already done, the shorter version, the court version, then it's going to be in here, as well as some shenanigans that played out on Sanetta's channel today, as he was up there shooking and jiving and acting like he had nothing to do with this or was advocating against it or whatever. Now, I do have I think it's like 59-minute edit that we're going to watch totally. Some people were invited, but when they come up on the panel, I would just ask that they're quiet through the edit, and then we can get to the particulars of it all. Shout out to those that are in the chat. I see Sister Nandy, Missouri, Neo X, Kenya. Before we get started, we're going to listen to Don D, Homie. So I'm going to play this song and we're going to start.
D-Mark got that heat on.
I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. Soon as I come around, niggas shut the fuck up. Niggas said we killed your homie, no, bitch, it won us. We was on the highway trying to make before the sun up. Them choppers said we ride, tell them pussies gonna run up now, fine nigga. I smoke this out of meditate to ease my man, nigga, huh? That's your homie with the shit you say you ride with him. You hope the land of shots get fine, I guess you down with him. You wildin' out, you talking crazy like you don't know me. The crazy part about it, I looked at you as an OG. I had the A on me, I had to walk in front of the police. Nigga, I know you can't shit, this all you had to show me. And I never ever let that nigga hold me. I never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I see the bitch up in you niggas, huh? Get from around me, 100 shots up on this bus, huh? Put that ×3, I got some killers in my circle. Never mind me, these bitches, I don't trust them. Why? Cause they won't clown me. I had that 5'7" on me, huh? With that long nose, did some shit up in the streets, huh? Only Lord knows, close my mouth, keep to myself, huh? I can't tell on me some shit I gotta suffer, or some shit that I gotta read. Tell they ass I'm ready for whatever. I be outside, it's fucked up how they left him, how they leave him with his mouth wide. Chop it over Stella on the regular, you know homicide. Say baby, fuck them niggas, count them bitches, just stay on your grind. I add it up, huh? Hit the trap with the scale, bitch, I bag it up, huh? Get it back to the cuz, so run it up, huh? Yeah, them choppers, they on deck, but nigga won't war with us. Who the fuck won't war with us, huh? I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. Nigga, my homie, my woody. Nigga, know what the fuck going on, nigga?
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
I was waiting for it to end. It wasn't over yet, but
I demand my motherfucking respect, nigga. If a nigga look like they got something to say, or if a nigga feel like they got something to say, keep that shit to yourself and get buried, pussy. Know how the fuck I'm coming. Nigga from Chicago to your city, nigga. From Cabrini to your hood, nigga.
D-Mark got
Know what the fuck going on?
All right, let's
Very
get to it.
strong.
So you know I'm disappointed in you. You already know that. Talked about that. We're gonna talk about it further though.
You're not gonna
But
get to be mad with me like that long, bro.
nah, I'm mad because then niggas already got my name in it and shit. I seen Shaka's video, like he finna hold me accountable. Boy, bye. If you don't get the fuck on. Anyway, so let's do this damn thing. Cause I just been real fucked up. I'ma be honest. Sit your ass down. Why is we standing up? Like, what is we doing? You trying to stand up so you can take off or what? What are we doing? Y'all like the polite Barbie, right? This is the prison Barbie. And
Yo,
it
that shit is
actually has,
epic.
if you go to the, and it's got the depends because his booty's gonna be leaking. So yeah. But the compelling statement of the mother that hit home. I was behind here crying my ass off. I watched Sonetta, then, in between my edits, I watched Sonetta and Napaz sit over there and act like they really gave a fuck. And like it was us that was tripping, as well as some other bitch ass niggas and some bitch ass hoes. Then I watched you go up there. So, is there anything you would like to say before this edit? Because we gonna look at it today. We gonna talk about it. I'm gonna drop the link. It is what it is. But let's go over the whole situation with Michael E. NOAK. Okay, so Michael E. NOAK had court today. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison, 10 years monitored probation, a sex offender and mental health program which he has to complete, no contact order with the victim or the victim's mother. He cannot be around kids until he's off probation, but no sex offender registry. But he is on sex offender probation for the 10 years.
As well as you gotta convict the sex offender
Yeah,
psyche.
the
You know,
program. Like I
yeah.
said, yeah, he has to do the sex offender and mental health program. Okay, he has to be law abiding and obey all probation regulations. If he violates, he will serve 61 years or up to. He has to pay $5,000 to the victim within 24 hours. It has to be mailed off. And obviously, they will check the date that the mail scanned it in and everything like that. But the total restitution is $2,500. I mean, $25,000. Okay. He was sentenced and pled guilty to 2 counts of aggravated child abuse, which encompassed the whole molestation, rape, and 1 count of contributing to a minor. Where I want to point something out as well. Some people were saying that he was up for trial, and a lot of people seemed confused because the judge was talking about trial. However, they were talking about another case at the time. He does not also have new charges. What they did was they amended the charges or replaced them to fit the plea agreement. Those were the charges that were stated in the plea agreement. So they brought them in, they adopted them in, and he pled guilty. Now, one thing that I found interesting is his employment or work release or after incarceration will be monitored, right? So obviously, while he's doing this 7 years, he'll be in the prison. So, but he may get like work release towards the end, like when he's getting close to being up for parole. And let me state this: just because he gets up for parole, which we'll get to that in a minute, let me just continue. But he does not have new charges. The charges were amended. Okay. That now the employment thing was interesting to me because we know that he's been playing with people's money. Okay. And I think they peeped something. Maybe the mother hinted them to something, which is what I think. I am so proud of the mother also. That's not on my list. I was in tears. I felt her as a survivor. It had me reliving my trauma again. You feel me? So I needed a minute to step back. Inky knows he was calling me. Ben called me. Other people were texting me,
It was
calling
tough.
me.
It was tough.
And
It was
I
tough.
was like,
it was tough for me to listen to. It was tough.
I was like, I need a minute before I can even edit the video. So I do apologize that my video came out late, but that just goes to show that I'm not putting out videos to be the first in line or seen. I'm trying to put the information out because these motherfuckers are sick. Okay. Now because when he was arrested, he bailed out so soon within 1 or 2 days, he will only have 1 to 2 days time served of his plea deal. So basically he's doing 7 years, right? Or he at least has to serve 85% of that 7 years before being eligible for parole, which is 5.95 years. So basically 6 years, and some change before he's eligible for parole. But if he goes up in there and he's like, not trying to take accountability for that, for his crimes, they're not going to give him parole. Also, predator probation for this 10 years, he cannot get no charge period at all whatsoever. He better not hiccup. He better not fart or anything wrong because they're going to be on his ass, and that could send him to prison for 61 years. And another thing, predators always reoffend. They think they, got some more, ideas in their head of how they could cover it up and things like that. So I would not be surprised if after he gets out, he does reoffend, which is why we have to cause attention to it. So with that said, I'm sure I'll read those notes again, but let's get into it. How are you feeling?
It's stuck up right now. It's up and it's stuck up. I mean, listen. I was just watching the clip of Polight telling us the charges was dropped. To get your popcorn out. Get your popcorn out because the charges is dropped. And I got a litigation. What kind of phrase did he string together? Litigation, defamation. Wait, what he said? Digital cyber litigation, defamation.
He threw the book at us.
Yeah,
he threw the book at us.
Man.
So preach.
So, hopefully he has that, because in all reality, like I've been saying from the beginning, I said I thought he was going to get between 5 and 10 years, but I also said that because of his personality, because of his persona, a year, 2 years, 3 years could be dangerous for him in prison. So who knows, how that 6-year stretch, shapes up for him.
I agree. I just kind of want to get into it today.
Yeah. Let that thing go. Come on, let that clip go.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna be behind here, and this is gonna play now. This is 59 minutes. Okay. This is 59 minutes. When it's done, we're gonna come back. We're gonna talk. I'll drop the link. Anybody want to come up, weigh in, or whatever, we gonna do that. So, if you need me to stop it, Inky, because you need clarification on something, just let me know. Okay.
What's up?
I'll actually put us over here.
All right. Polight sentencing.
Mr. Michael NOAK on page 20. Okay, and then we have the trial where the jurors are outside, I presume? Yes, or well, I don't know. No? Where are they? Okay, all right, as long as they're gathering up. All right, let's go to page 20. Michael NOAK. This is on for plea.
Elvia McGee Marcus on behalf of the state, and just for the record, Your Honor, there are a victim's family on the Zoom. If we can make sure
Okay.
that's
Your Honor, Mr. NOAK is
with heading up the escalator now. There has been a very last minute change, material change to the plea offered by the state just this morning. So I haven't any time to relay this to him because it could be a deal breaker.
Okay, well, just to let you know, I'm supposed to be starting a jury trial in 5 minutes.
Judge, I know that we can come back tomorrow.
Yeah, the victims are present. They've taken off of work and off of school.
You're
and
present
are
on Zoom?
on the Zoom. They are with a lot of coordination to have this done today.
All right, is this your client here? No?
No, I believe he's an observer on this case who has presented threats to us in the past. So I would want to make the court aware of that. It was an issue the last time the settlement.
Okay.
Make that inquire if anyone is here.
Yes, sir. What is your name, sir? Yes. Okay, Mr. Jones, apparently counsel is saying that there have been threats made to him, and if there haven't, we're in a clean slate right now. But if I hear of anything from this moment on to anyone, you're going to have to answer to the court. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, but when we're in a court of law, when we're dealing with matters, there should be decorum and respect. So I just hope that everybody appreciates that. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not accusing you of anything, sir. All right? Okay. So you need to speak to him. You've got a new, is this going to be a written plea agreement?
There's a written plea agreement. There is one line that has changed. However, as the defense mentioned, it does change the terms in terms of what was listed. That they need to review and with the clients this morning.
All right.
Is one line.
All right, we'll pass it. Again, if it takes too much more time and I have my jury ready to go, I'm bringing them in. That's going to be my priority.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no, all I can tell you is an allegation was made. Everybody's presumed innocent in this court, sir. All I wanted to do is let you be aware that they've made the allegation. It's a clean slate. Everything is good. Okay. All right. Alvin, are all the jurors here?
Yes.
All right. What are we doing with Mr. NOAK?
They're
Outside?
knocking outside. Let me go
Okay.
see what they're.
Yeah, I've got to get this. Folks, we got to either take this plea now or I've got to start the jury trial. What are we doing? All right. Quickly. All right. Let's try this again. All right.
We want to be clear, however, that the individuals who we're concerned about are not going to be able to hear, only that the victim and her mother are going to be able to hear.
I do not know how to do that at this juncture. You had brought this to my attention.
Was brought to your shows us in between the last hearing and this hearing.
Well, it is.
So right now the courts are the Polight's attorney is arguing that he wants the judge to turn off the Zoom so nobody can see. Inky, do you feel any type of way about that? Inky,
I'm here.
do you feel any type of way about that?
I mean, I thought I expected shenanigans. You know what I'm saying? I didn't expect today to go, to go over
I'm
like
saying about that the attorney wanted him to turn the judge to turn off Zoom. That's what I'm talking about.
the whole thing is this from the beginning, up to this point, if you're guilty, you know what you did. The whole thing is concealing. So his whole focus is to conceal. The plea deal in and of itself is about concealing the evidence from getting to the public. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what he's trying to do. Conceal as much of what actually happened as possible.
Let's get back into it.
Unfeasible right now.
I'd ask if the state assistant state attorney can make an attempt to call them and have them hear by phone. Because if your Honor's going to be speaking and there's all of these individuals who are going to be here they're not going to be able to talk, but able to live stream, and that's not what we're intending.
Folks, you were raising issues that the court was not aware of. I have a jury sitting outside waiting to come in. If you wish to reset this matter, this courtroom is always open. Zoom is a convenience. But as of right now, we do have those who are attending. I'm not going to just delete everybody from the proceedings. I honestly don't even know how to do it and just leave somebody able to hear everything.
It's being streamed right now live on YouTube.
Okay, well, if it's being streamed, it's being streamed. There's nothing I can do about that. Whoever wishes to attend.
Your Honor, I believe that it is open courtroom, but Zoom is not.
I understand that, but I don't know how to go ahead and take out everybody except for one individual. They're already here. You're bringing this to my attention now. I'm giving the opportunity. If you want to reset this for tomorrow, we can do that.
Your
I
Honor,
have a jury trial that is sitting outside the door.
the concession the state made regarding crossing out that last line, the last term, was with the understanding that this would happen today because of victim being out of school, people being out of work. If this gets reset, we're not willing to amend that term.
Can we have, Your Honor, the victim and her mother be put into a breakout room with the court so that only they are allowed to get the proceedings?
Quite frankly, I can put someone in a breakout room, but then they're now prevented from hearing what goes on in this courtroom. We're not in a breakout room. You're putting me in a very difficult position.
Courtrooms are open, and that's the nature of
Then
courtrooms.
we're going to go forward. 4-page plea agreement that was signed by the counsel. It was signed on today's date. And on page 1, there is a line on paragraph 5. I cannot read what the handwriting says, so maybe somebody can assist.
Your Honor, the state has crossed out one line of paragraph 5 and has written on the side, this crossed out line does not apply, and then initialed and
Crossed out
dated.
line does not apply. Okay, and that's your initials there?
Correct, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, before you proceed with the plea, we do have an amended information that we're filing right now.
Okay.
The state, in case F21-14438, is filing an amended information for purposes of the plea, and in contemplation of resolving the case, of 2 counts of child abuse, aggravated, great bodily harm, or torture, felonies in the first degree, 1 count of contributing to delinquency of a dependent or dependency of a child, a misdemeanor in the first degree.
Please arraign on the new information.
We enter a plea of guilty.
No, on the new, arraign on the new information. You're entering a not guilty plea at this point. Okay, and setting up the jury trial, all discovery to be provided. And are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can have the defendant sworn.
Raise your right hand, sir. Please swear affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay, I'll need the old information. I want the defendant to be aware of what he was originally facing and what the new information. This is the new information. Okay, can you tell me your full name and date of birth?
Michael Eugene Noak Jr., August 10th, 1983.
All right, thank you. You were originally charged under case number F21-14438 with the following charges: lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 2 was lewd and lascivious molestation on a child, 12 to 16 years, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Lewd and lascivious conduct on a child under 16 by a defendant 18 or over, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. Count 4, lewd and lascivious exhibition on a child under 16 years, defendant over 18, a second-degree felony, punishable by up to 15 years state prison. And contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. And then count 6 is interference with custody, a third-degree felony, punishable by up to 5 years state prison. The state has now filed an amended information today, charging you with the following: aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. Count 2 is aggravated child abuse, great bodily harm, a first-degree felony, punishable by up to 30 years state prison. And contributing to the dependency of a child, a first-degree misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. It is my understanding that you wish to plead guilty to this new information. You would be adjudicated guilty, and your sentence has been memorialized in a 4-page plea agreement. Did you have the opportunity to go over this plea agreement with your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. I do need the defendant to initial each page because there are not initials on these pages. All right. Let me know when it's done. You have gone over this plea agreement with your lawyer, and I want to go over it with you, not each and every aspect of it, but the major components of the plea agreement. But what I am going to ask is for the state to tell me the general terms of the plea agreement, and then we will go into the details on the contract. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the plea agreement includes an adjudication, 7 years of state prison, followed by 10 years of reporting probation. As a condition of probation, the defendant will...
What you say, 10 years probation?
10 years reporting probation. Okay. The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children.
The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children.
The defendant will complete the MDSO program. The defendant will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact with children.
The defendant will have specific terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform.
The defendant will have specific terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform.
The defendant will have specific terms regarding where he may work and the ability to wear a uniform.
There are additional terms of restitution, of which $5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours, mailed to the to the victim.
There are additional terms of restitution, of which $5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours, mailed to the to the victim.
There are additional terms of restitution, of which $5,000 has been agreed to be paid upfront within 24 hours, mailed to the to the victim.
And additional restitution to be paid out on a monthly basis once he is out of custody. And that monthly amount is highlighted in the written terms of the plea agreement. Additionally, there will be a stay away order from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
Additionally, there will be a stay away order from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
Additionally, there will be a stay away order from victim TS and her mother, which is also mentioned in the plea agreement.
What is the total amount of the restitution?
The total amount of restitution is $25,000.
Okay. All right. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right. Okay, so Mr. NOAK, the terms of the plea agreement are as what the prosecutor just stated, that you are going to be entering a plea of guilty to the 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and 1 count of deliberate contributing to the delinquency of a minor. You will be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. Do you also understand, sir, that by entering into this plea that it may subject you to involuntary civil commitment proceedings set forth in Florida statutes 394.910 through 394.931? Do you understand everything that I've said thus far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to also advise you, sir, that you are going to be sentenced to 7 years in state prison, to be followed by 10 years of reporting probation.
Now, I want to also advise you, sir, that you are going to be sentenced to 7 years in state prison, to be followed by 10 years of reporting probation.
Now, I want to also advise you, sir, that you are going to be sentenced to 7 years in state prison, to be followed by 10 years of reporting probation.
In addition to any of these special conditions of probation, you will also participate in and successfully complete a mentally disordered sex offender treatment program.
In addition to any of these special conditions of probation, you will also participate in and successfully complete a mentally disordered sex offender treatment program.
In addition to any of these special conditions of probation, you will also participate in and successfully complete a mentally disordered sex offender treatment program.
That you are also not eligible. Okay, you may, according to the state, you determination if all of the conditions of your probation have been completed, that you have had no violations of your probation, and that you have not been arrested for any other.
To clarify, the terms stated in 5 is there is no prohibition on early termination. However, there is a requirement that any modification to this agreement be agreed by the state and the court.
Okay. All right, sir. Now, with respect to this plea agreement, I have on each page next to defendant's initials MN. Did you in fact affix those initials to each page?
I did.
And have you reviewed each and every component of this plea agreement going through page 1 and through page 4?
I have.
Now it says on page 4, having read the above mentioned terms of this plea agreement and having been advised by my counsel, David Terrace, I, Michael NOAK, freely and voluntarily enter into this plea agreement and agree to abide by all terms and conditions of this plea agreement, and agree that failure to comply with any terms or conditions within this agreement constitutes a violation of probation and subjects me to be sentenced to the statutory maximum penalties provided by law for the crimes for which I am now pleading guilty. And then it has a signature over the name Michael NOAK. Is that in fact your signature, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I am now going to place my signature on this plea agreement, in that I am now going to be ratifying this plea agreement as negotiated between the state of Florida and your attorney. Has anybody, including your lawyer, told you anything differently than what I just told you?
No.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication affecting your ability to understand me?
No.
Is anybody forcing, threatening, or coercing you to enter into this plea?
No.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, the entry of this plea will have negative immigration consequences, including deportation and removal?
Understand.
You had the right, sir, to have gone to a jury trial where your lawyer had the ability to compel the attendance of witnesses on your behalf, the ability to confront and cross-examine the witnesses and evidence against you. You had the right to testify just like any other witness, or remain silent, and your silence could not have been used against you if you went to a jury trial. You also have the right to appeal any mistakes that I would have made during the course of the trial, and the right to hold the state of Florida to the burden of proving these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand, sir, that by entering into this plea, that you are giving up all of these rights and we will not have a jury trial?
I do.
Have you discussed this plea with your lawyer?
Yes.
Has he answered all of your questions?
Absolutely.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's services and advice?
Definitely.
Did the state provide all the discovery in your possession to the defense?
Yes.
Did the defense review all of the discovery in your possession with your client?
Yes, sir.
And do both sides know of any physical evidence containing DNA that would exonerate the defendant?
No.
There you are.
And do both sides stipulate to a factual basis for this plea?
Yes.
Thanks,
And the court has reviewed the arrest affidavit, makes a finding that there is a factual basis for the plea. Mr. NOAK, are there any witnesses or is there any evidence that you wanted your lawyer to investigate or me to receive before entering into this plea?
No.
All right. The court finds that the defendant understands the nature of the charges against him and the consequences of this plea, that he has been represented by competent and effective assistance of counsel with whom he says he is satisfied. I find the defendant is knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his rights.
You know what? I'm sorry. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Shit, here I go off the fucking top rope. I told myself I was gonna behave and just listen to the whole thing so the video could play, but the earliest rifts between me and Polight came in with that fraudulent paperwork. So the craziest thing is to listen to the version of the Moorish sovereignty, UCC, you know, when you hear that rhetoric, and then when you see the actual living situation, you don't see none of that UCC mentor paper.
Oh, I get it. That could have waited though. But yeah, I get it. Yeah, he's not on any of that. Let's continue.
Some surcharges will be assessed. Counsel, do you waive PSI?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. NOAK, you do understand, as I mentioned to you before, that the state, as they had articulated earlier, you may be eligible for early termination as long as certain conditions are met. That means no violations. You've done everything that you were supposed to do. You've not been arrested for any criminal offense, and the state is in agreement with it as well as the court's ratification. On the other hand, sir, if you violate any terms and conditions of this probation, and that includes getting arrested for any other criminal offense, that you could be subject to the maximum period of time in prison, which by my calculations is 61 years state prison. You do understand that?
Yeah.
On the other hand, sir.
So if he messes up, he's doing 61 years.
If you violate any terms and conditions of this probation, and that includes getting arrested for any other criminal offense, that you could be subject to the maximum period of time in prison, which by my calculations is 61 years state prison. You do understand that?
Yeah.
On the other hand, sir, if you violate any terms and conditions of this probation, and that includes getting arrested for any other criminal offense, that you could be subject to the maximum period of time in prison, which by my calculations is 61 years state prison. You do understand that?
Yeah. And knowing all of this, do you still wish to enter into this plea?
Yes.
All right.
And knowing all of this, do you still wish to enter into this plea?
Yes.
All right.
And knowing all of this, do you still wish to enter into this plea?
Yes.
All right.
The court finds the defendant, as I mentioned before, understands the nature of the charges against him and the consequences of this plea, that he has been represented by competent and effective assistance of counsel with whom he says he is satisfied. I find the defendant has knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his rights. All statutory fines, court costs, and surcharges will be assessed. Is there anything further as it relates to Mr. NOAK? I do have on the Zoom that the victim's mother wanted to address the court.
Correct. And Your Honor, nothing more from the state except to let Your Honor know if you can unmute the victim's mother, and she will be listed as victim NOAK in the Zoom, and she is requesting, pursuant to Marcy's law, that her identity remain anonymous. So for that reason, she will not be stating her name, but she will be making a statement regarding this.
Where would it be?
It should say victim and then in parentheses NOAK. NOAK, sorry.
All right, you may unmute, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so what I'd like you to do is, well, you don't want to give your name. So at this point, just go ahead and you can give us an impact statement. Yes, ma'am.
Michael NOAK.
I just want to say trigger warning to the survivors in the room, the mothers that have went through this before. She is going to give a compelling statement of the events and how she feels about what happened.
This is the first time I have spoken publicly about what you've done to my daughter, and I have gracefully remained silent the last 2.5 years. 2.5 years of pain, shock, disbelief, PTSD, constant nightmares, and daily triggers. Trying to help my daughter heal when I'm not even healed myself. What you have done to my daughter, myself, and my entire family is inexcusable. You hurt us all. You made me believe that you were such a great man and you could do no wrong. You made me fully trust you, and for that, my daughter trusted you too. But the truth is, you're a monster, a demon. The very first time that I allowed you to be alone with my daughter, the very first time, and you couldn't even help yourself. You told me you was gonna be right back. You were going downstairs. We were gonna grab food and take vacation pictures. You told me that you wanted to have a one-on-one talk with her about loving and respecting me as a great mother that I was and am. And I actually believed you. I believed that you were gonna bring her right back. I thought you were gonna have this trusting conversation with her that you promised me. Her and I both trusted you. For a grown man to violate a child who trusted him, you should be ashamed of yourself. You plotted on me and my little girl. The entire time you knew what you planned to do. Isolate, intoxicate, then violate my baby. Shame on you. I trusted you to bring her right back. You were supposed to bring her back the same way that you took her. Instead, you drugged her and took advantage of her. You sexually abused her. You forced alcohol down her throat. You then forced her to see things that no child should ever have to see. You forced her to feel things that no child should have to feel. You forced her to accept violence that no child should ever have to endure. You forced drugs in her that no human should ever even ingest. She's my child. My baby, how could you? How could you? You could have killed her with all the drugs that were found in her system. And you thought your master plan was mapped out perfectly, huh? You thought I'd be dumb enough to believe you over my child. And you thought that money would blind me. You thought I was gonna be so blinded that I wouldn't notice when you returned her with bruises all over her body and her mouth busted, uncontrollably shaking. Absolutely not. And although you executed your plan and you got what you wanted those couple of hours, you actually failed. Because look where you're at right now. You have created a lifetime of trauma for my daughter and I. Before you, we never knew evil existed. You brought so much evil into our lives that early morning, and I'll never forget. I called you like 50 times and you wouldn't answer me. And I called her too when you took her phone. You drugged my baby and you gave her no way to seek help. You left me no way to contact her or even know where she was. I get physically sick now whenever I'm away from my daughter because of you. Something as simple as her going to school, I'm in panic mode. Because I'm scared when she comes back, she's gonna be hurt all over again. I constantly have flashbacks of that night. And what she lives with is not okay. She feels uncomfortable around people and will live with this forever, and this is not fair to her. She never deserved this. Shame on you for forcing evil on our youth. And you know, for a year, I questioned, how could you even do this to us? Her and I did nothing wrong to you. We trusted you. I moved across the country because I believed everything that you told me. But it was pure manipulation I see now. All you do is specialize in selling false dreams. How could you do this to an innocent child and mother who simply trusted you? We did nothing wrong. But you know what? I'm done breaking my head trying to question or figure out how you could do such a thing. It's so simple to me now. You're just a sick man. A man you can have a plethora of women, but you secretly prefer to have a child. And it's so clear now. I will never be able to fully trust another person due to the betrayal that you've shown me. And for that, I was not willing to trust 6 strangers and go to trial. Nor was I gonna put my daughter through an additional trauma. This plea was in our best interest. You and I both know the evidence is extremely substantial. But even with that, I refuse to have my child be tormented when she's done nothing wrong. All she holds is the truth. And I will say this, although you were so worried about being labeled a sex offender, you did us a huge favor by admitting to guilt, period. So for that, I thank you. I truly thank you. Yes, mitigation took place and I allowed it as long as it meant you going to prison and you getting true help. Because true help means no more victims. The fact that your only non-negotiable was to accept a sex crime shows exactly the type of man that you are. You know what you did in that hotel room. I know what you did, and my daughter knows what you did. DNA doesn't lie. There's no reason why your DNA should have been found on my baby. And yes, I satisfied your bogus request to not be labeled a sex offender, but it doesn't take away from who you truly are. I wasn't gonna waste any time going back and forth with you over a label. God will judge you for exactly the person he knows you to be, a sexual predator. So rest assured, jail time equals jail time. And I pray that during your 10 years of sex offender probation, you actually receive the treatment that you need and it helps heal your sick mind and get the thoughts of being with children out of it. All you care about is your pretend image. But I know exactly who you are now. You want to be this public figure, but you want to do all your evil acts in secret. You're so self-centered. That's why the last time I saw you on February 27, 2021, you fought me. You tried to hold me hostage from taking my daughter to the hospital. I'll never forget that.
So she said he tried to hold her hostage from taking her daughter to the hospital?
That cowardly look in your eyes. I'll never forget it. You were so scared. You were so scared because you realized you messed with the wrong one. Your last words to me, you held me and said, please don't go. You're gonna ruin my career. Well, today, September 6th, 2023, my last words to you are, I hope the next 17 years of your life, you're reminded of the disgusting, terrifying, unforgettable act that you've done to my innocent daughter. Shame on you. And although you've caused a tremendous amount of trauma for myself and my daughter, we will and will always be superior of you, because a successful, honest career is something that you can never, ever have. We will both continue to stand against violence. My daughter will continue to persevere and be bright and intelligent and courageous young woman that she is. So Michael NOAK, I hope you enjoy prison and God bless you.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your courage for speaking. It is heartbreaking, and my heart goes out to you and your daughter. All right. The defendant will be remanded to Department of Corrections.
CTS.
He's given credit for any.
Misdemeanor, Judge.
We can do CTS on the misdemeanor, yes. He's giving credit time, whatever he's gotten in. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness production. Thank y'all for tuning in. I'm here early this afternoon, and I got to first say that I am not surprised that my people always throw me under the bus. I'm not surprised at that. I was expecting it. This is nothing new. Even those who I claim that was my brother, who I fought for, who are my friends. I already know how niggas are. When they heard me all summer long for 2 years in a row, I've stated my case. If Polight is found guilty, he deserved to be put in front of a firing squad and he need to be locked up in front of Dr. York. I've stated that, but as we can see, family, those of y'all who got intelligence, understand that's not with the narrative they trying to play. You have jealous niggas who are out there who would do anything just to get the top spot, just to get the people to try to throw me down, to big themselves up, to make it look like they are better than. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna get more deeper into that as I get all my facts ready. You know, when I come, I get all my information and I put it together and I show you certain things, man. You know what I'm saying? So right now, this video goes out for our sister Linda. Unlike a lot of you out there, we knew Linda personally. Me, Nepal, we knew her personally. You see what I'm saying? So I think what people are trying to do is just get a come up off of this whole case. You don't hear them saying nothing about the sister.
Not at all.
I just want to say it.
And that's cap. We talked about the mother and the victim getting justice and supporting her the whole time. Sonetta, you was the one over there capping.
Hurts me.
Hey, let me point something out real quick before you play that. Hold on. Now, here's just, and to me, this is just a subtlety that I'm highlighting to give the people just a further insight to the BS. You know what I'm saying? But the mom came into the courtroom and said specifically that she didn't want to reveal her name. She didn't want her name out there. She preferred to be victim NOAK, blah, blah, blah. Now, most of us that been on
the way
this,
that they told her to enter it in so they could find her. Anyway, point is,
right? But what I'm saying is most of us that been on this, we've been giving her some level of decorum without just dealing with her in a common fashion, throwing her first name around like that. So I'm just saying the comfortability and the audacity, right? The audacity that he shouldn't even feel comfortable with the role he played in all this time, throwing her name around like that. But go ahead.
Facts. He did say that she was probably escorting. He basically he said that you know, the victim got the sperm, the semen stains from putting the mother's shirt on. He let Suntan and all them other niggas and mammies go up there and mammy and act fucking crazy.
Said that maybe the mother took the sperm from the house and put it on all that.
All that. And said that basically him saying that he's gonna wait and he's still representing Sa. If I was the victim or the victim's mother, I would have took that as disrespect. But now him and Nepal are gonna sit up here. I'm gonna warn y'all that haven't seen it. They're gonna sit up here and act like they give a fuck, like they really care, like it's us that's the problem. He beefing with Garfield, so he's at Garfield and some other niggas that jumped ship. So I'm just warning y'all. Let's get to the edit though, because I know that some people want to come up, and I don't want to have it too late before I open the panel.
Excuse me, I'm gonna try my best not to curse. It hurts me to see people that I look out for, that I jump in the way of a bullet for, and when they jump in and when they get up on the way, you don't see them jumping on Garfield panel. I speak of Morpheus. I call the names. I don't give a damn. I don't play with nobody, man. You know, I'm just as transparent as anybody. If I see any of my people who I mess with, like Morpheus, I would say Morpheus because I cut it off right after that. And Morpheus get up there and talk about the Polight situation, but no way do he get up there and say, yeah, but nah, brother Sarnetta, leave my brother Sarnetta out of this. The way I would jump in for him when I took a bullet for him, when they accused the brother. And see, I got to say it because the shit do hurt when I see these niggas, man. You know,
Yeah.
like you're a true friend of mine, but you jump on these niggas' platform and you don't say, you know what, leave Sarnetta out of this. Sarnetta is not a part of this. You know, Sarnetta stated many times, if Polight did this, his ass need to be locked up. His ass need to be put in front of a firing squad. But when they get up on the nigga panel, when they see everybody trying to throw me under the bus, you don't see no nigga. Don't say, yo, Sarnetta ain't do this. Sarnetta ain't got he ain't got nothing to do with this. Leave him alone. But
Yes.
you see your brother Sarnetta jump in the line of fire for all these niggas, man.
I know, Sarnetta, I want to say this to you. I want you to take a minute. This isn't even, Sarnetta, listen, King, you know, you'll get to all of that. We're going to talk to the family about what this person, now all that is out, and we're going to hear from the mother, and I can vouch that, as I've always said, we'll get to the trash, but we don't need to worry about the trash so much right now, King, because we're going to talk about the mother and the child and what this monster did. See, now it's out. And just like Sarnetta said, we've been saying he could go to hell. But just like Sarnetta said, he wasn't going to discuss the case until the information came out, and now we're...
Now it's out? What?
Right.
Now it's out? What?
Been out.
But wait a minute. But now it's out. That's like saying that they been knew that this was what it was, but they just was lying this whole time. My
according to Sa, he already knew because he listened to the attorney and this, that, and the fifth. So I don't know why Sarnetta's acting all surprised. Or what did Polight tell him? Probably lies. But Sarnetta ain't off the hook. I hope he didn't think that he was doing this and it was gonna, you know what I mean, like set him apart from this anyway. But let's get back into it though.
Nepal might know more than she let on too.
Exactly. I agree.
We're going to talk, and we're going to start out with first our condolences. And when I say condolences, because the death of a child, the innocence of a child was taken, her innocence, by Polight, by Michael NOAK. So we want to say our heart goes out to Linda, our heart goes out to her child. And I've said,
what Sarnetta wants to do right now is he wants to get an interview with Linda because he can't get one from Polight. He wants to interview with Linda. So they're acting like they give a fuck about Linda when the whole time they've been disrespecting her.
The audacity.
Nepal never stood up against motherfucking Polight before. Why did it need to take this information to come out for them to see that this nigga was guilty? 6 semen stains weren't enough? Let's get back into it.
That was a baby. When people were saying, oh, maybe she was fast. No, that was a baby. That was a baby.
They were saying that also on your husband's panel, your fake husband, you Wi-Fi wife.
And Linda is an excellent mother. So we're gonna hear from Linda, and we're gonna let you hear the pain and just the nightmare that this man has put upon this woman's life. But I love her because she is a warrior. She was chosen to bring this evil, disgusting predator down. So the pain that she experienced and the nightmare that her...
What? She was chosen to bring this predator down?
Yeah, no, not predator, evil, wicked predator.
So she's gonna swing it like this child was abused so that she could bring him down. You know, I will give it to the mother. Shout out to the mother. I am very proud of her. I have no issue with her. I've rocked with her since the beginning. As far as her going to the police station,
she was amazing.
I've advocated in everything in videos. So
amazing.
I'm never coming at the mother, and they know that.
Period. She was amazing at every step of the way. She was amazing from getting the reports done correctly, immediately, early on, when it's the hardest to think straight. She was able to do things right.
And I'm a
police
survivor.
station, rape kit, hospital, like boom, 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 boom. Because if all those T's and I's are not crossed and dotted properly, there is no polite 7 years, blah, blah, blah. There's a whole different outcome. So she had to be focused like a laser beam in that moment when her daughter is looking, victimized and all that and all,
But listen. So with me being a survivor, I feel where she's coming from. I've had to testify before, and then also it had me feeling like how I could feel her pain. It was compelling. I was bawling my fucking eyes out. Period. Just listening to her, you could tell that she was being genuine. You feel what I'm saying? But anyway, let's get back into it though.
Her and her child experienced, her child is, as she's going to say, is going to be leading the charge against, the real charge against pedophilia, not these animals on the internet playing. They don't care about children. We're going to listen to Linda. Okay? So I want to play it right now, and then we're going to talk about victims. We're going to talk.
Oh, also let me point out that these motherfuckers did like 3, 4, 5 live streams.
Talk about people preying on children and then exploiting pedophilia to build their channels up. Because after this woman talks, I was literally writhing in pain listening to this mother because I have a child around.
Papa, who are you talking about right there? I know you weren't saying that Queen's Throne, is using pedophilia to build my channel up when I've been on this, whether there was people watching or not. I talk about cases that people don't hear about. Or are you talking about the randoms that were on Sa's side and now jumping ship? Which one is it?
The same age as hers, a girl. I couldn't even sit still listening to what happened to her child and how it came out of her heart. And then after she says all this, you're going to hear Garfield start talking about, oh, hit the like and subscribe to my channel. So we know why they're out here talking about, oh, the child, they don't care. But we care. I know I care. When I say we, I'm talking to the ones it resonates with. So, Senator, let me go ahead and play this right now. Let the people hear Linda addressing this monster.
No, let me let Zion in. Zion came in. I want Zion to say what he want to say real quick.
Oh, yes. Peace to Brother Zion.
Peace, Senator. You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear, brother.
Peace to you, man. Peace to HOK. Peace to Sister Nepal.
Peace.
I want to be able to say that, for the longest, I've been silent. I spoke vocally about this.
See, this is another nigga too, because remember, he's the one that has the information that when Nepal, Polight, Zion Lex, the dude that's talking at the bottom, Sonetta, the victim's mother, sat down and had that interview, he's the one at the bottom said that there was some type of altercation where Nepal said she was calling 911 and was screaming and crying and all this and that, and that the one at the bottom recorded it. But now he's up here about to say this.
2 years ago, but I was very adamant that it reached a point where if we're going to continue to talk about the case, but there's no official, ruling, then, we just slandering the brother. So why not let it pan out in court until we actually find out what is the verdict? Is he guilty? Is he not guilty? So, that's to address all the haters who making videos. Oh, Zion was paid by Polight or Sonetta. Nah, right. Some of us understood that rather than continue to press the issue, we want to see whether or not he's truly guilty. So I want to say this for the record, man. Even you and I initially clashed about this, Sonetta. Right, we had a big fallout, and that's no secret to the community. But I want to make something clear. Polight was alone when he did that act. Nobody was with Polight. Polight will be judged alone for what he did because Polight did what he did on his own. Nobody should be held accountable for what Polight did. And now it's very important for those who hold vocal and powerful voices in the community to speak out against him and condemn him. So what I do appreciate is the fact that I know Sonetta will be officially condemning the brother for what he has done, because now it's out. There's no gray area. There's no cloud. We know he.
There's that now it's out thing again. I'm starting to think you're right, Inky, about that part.
He did it. He heard from the mother.
That now it's out because this is the click, and no disrespect to Zion, but that got the video that kind of that video disappearing is kind of, you know, it's kind of spooky at this point. You know what I'm saying? You know, for this, the way things are playing out. You know what I'm saying? Because people know things that, you know, I guess we won't find out until another shoe drops. But yeah.
Y'all have to understand, I'm sitting here for 2 years knowing all the details. Remember, the mother Linda confided within me everything that happened. So I knew from A to Z, but I couldn't jump out the window and say things before it reached the trial because that would hurt their case.
Right.
But I'm sitting here knowing all the details, knowing everything that happened and just waiting for this day. And this day came. And I just want to say to the community, because there's a lot of sick people out there, rather than try to use this as an opportunity to come at people you don't like. I don't like Sarnetta. His channel is too big. Maybe I want to help to grow mine by coming at his. Rather than do that, focus on what happened today and what happened initially 2 years ago. Polight raped that young girl. And today is judgment day, and he was found guilty. There's no way that he can escape it. The judge asked him, was there anybody that told you anything other than what you're hearing today? He said, no. Are you pleading guilty as a matter of your own volition and your own will? He said, yes. Are you clear on the charges? Yes. Are you pleading guilty? Yes. So Polight can never, ever come back in the community. We cannot allow that. Ever.
Oh my gosh. Let me tell you, bless you all, bless the whole family, Zion. Thank you, Brother Zion. Thank you so much.
And I think people, I'm gonna upload the interview I did with AP, Aboriginal Power, before all of this came out.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you notice? Hold on. Did you notice that Sarnetta gracefully just allowed Zion to have a separate conclusion than his conclusion? Like you know, Zion's conclusion was, so yeah, and so, you know, so we can never let Polight back into the community ever again. And Sarnetta kind of just allowed that to kind of, you know, that he just kind of came back in with, yeah, and so I'm gonna release some footage about some, you know, like he didn't really share Zion's enthusiasm for keeping Polight out of the community.
He's very reserved.
Sarnetta's coming right in with Brother Polight exclusives within less than 12 months. I seriously don't see Sarnetta getting out of December without some sort of exclusive Polight order deal. Like
we got about 20 minutes left. Let's continue.
Yeah.
They're about to come up.
I'm gonna upload it, and people were just taking their shots. I expected it. I expect Quana to get up there and do what he do and say what he say.
So I don't mean to cut you off, but I had to run. But I just wanted to come in and say that real quick, brother.
That is so important. Bless you and your family. The Most High is with you. Thank you so much, brother.
Take care.
Yeah, please. That was
the tractors.
But King, before you talk, I want to say this. You gotta I want to talk for you a little bit because you gotta choose your words wisely. I want to say this. As you saw the brother Zion hit the link, those are chosen people, real people of the Most High, real people of the community. We will continue to see who comes out and does what brother Zion does and says, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do what's right for our community, what's right for the mother, what's right for children. So I just want to point that out. So
Damn, calm the fuck down. Pipe that shit the fuck down. You just started this today, bitch.
Praise goes to the Most High for that brother coming up here. Go ahead, Sarnetta.
I thought we learned a lesson from the last time that we will not let this divide the community, and the people are falling for it again. They are falling headlong into it again, letting this Polight shit divide the community. Polight is on his way to jail. I'm not going to come out until I see what's going on now. Did you?
He's on his way to prison. He's in jail.
Have in your mind somewhat that he was guilty, sir? Hell, goddamn, yeah.
Of course.
Coming out until I see the case. I'm doing it right. I'm not going to do it like a lot of these Negroes do it. I'm not going to do it like a lot of these Negroes do it.
I'm not going to do it like a lot of these Negroes do it.
You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to do it like that. I'm going to wait until I get the whole detail, just like Zion Lex said, you know? And so I promise the people, when I see it come out, you will hear my statement.
Yeah, let's go ahead, baby. Yeah, baby. I want you, because you know you're always speaking for yourself. You see how the brother jumped up and spoke for you. I speak for you. And whoever really is supporting you, loving you, will do the same thing. Because like Zion said it perfectly, you're for the community. And you don't have to keep on going over how you said it. We know you said it. The people who are doing the mudslinging campaigns and letting people come up and say, oh, these communities, those are the ones we mark as the enemies. Now, I don't mean to interrupt you. Of course, I'm like, let him speak. No, y'all just want to get sound bites But you can't speak, but I really do want to play Linda and let people really hear, and then I'll sit back and be quiet if you don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
I appreciate it.
That was heartfelt right there.
Yeah, let's listen to the mother. Here it is.
Well, you don't want to give your name, so at this point, just go ahead and you can give us an impact statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Michael NOAK, this is the first time I have spoken publicly about what you've done to my daughter and I. I have gracefully remained silent the last 2.5 years. 2.5 years of pain, shock, disbelief, PTSD, constant nightmares, and daily triggers, trying to help my daughter heal when I'm not even healed myself. What you have done to my daughter, myself, and my entire family is inexcusable. You hurt us all. You made me believe that you were such a great man and you could do no wrong. You made me fully trust you, and for that, my daughter trusted you too. But the truth is, you're a monster, a demon. The very first time that I allowed you to be alone with my daughter, the very first time you couldn't even help yourself, you told me you were going to be right back. You were going downstairs. You were going to grab food and take vacation pictures. You told me that you wanted to have a one-on-one talk with her about loving and respecting me as a great mother that I was. And I actually believed you. I believed that you were going to bring her right back. I thought you were going to have this trusting conversation with her that you promised me. Her and I both trusted you.
Pause.
You're a grown man. Yeah.
The reason I said pause because this is important. See,
yes.
Man. Everybody how and niggas was going and getting at Linda. Remember? How that girl go with Polight.
And the baby.
Too, but nobody's saying nothing now. Now we find out that this nigga lied and told her that they were going downstairs to get pictures.
And food. But we heard, he said that to you a little bit when he talked to you on the phone. He was like, I was going to give her a talk, about being a good child. He was lying. He was lying the whole time.
Show with Aboriginal Power last week. And I said on that show before the world that Polight is a effing liar.
Yes, and a pedophile.
He's a liar. I've said that on the show. I said there's nothing I believe about Polight. See, so when y'all talk this crazy talk, listen, man, I've said to the whole community when I first came out, everybody put it on deaf ears and all they did was play my shit trying to get back at me. But you niggas still love them. See?
Yeah.
That work, I came out years ago and called them baby Dr. York. But did that stop any of you? No.
Didn't stop Garfield from working with them.
Wow. From working with them. I tell you what it did, though. It made you niggas go and bang on Brother Sarnetta when I came out. Did that. Damn near the same people banging on me now was the same people that was banging on me back then. Of course, we got new people now, though. You see?
But I want to stop you. I want to do details. Hold on. From everybody knows, and I know you've said this to me and to everybody, and it's been proven. You went all the way to the end with it. They say, well, why didn't you do this? It went all the way to the police. Sarnetta got the police report. He tried to prove it to the community. He did everything he was supposed to do, and then the mother of that little girl didn't do what this hero Linda did. The mother, he paid her off. And you're going to finish. We're going to listen to Linda. He tried to pay this goddess off, and she said no. He tried to pay her off. So I'm sure he paid the other woman off. So hold on. What was Sarnetta supposed to do when the mother said no, it didn't happen?
No, I didn't hear none of this earlier. I didn't hear none of this earlier.
Supposed to keep pushing? No. But everybody in this community, including every single one, which I'm not, this is the thing, unlike Garfield and them over there, we're not saying Garfield is a part of it. Everybody went forward. Everybody went forward. Now, only difference is Sarnetta was the one trying to get his money back. Okay? They were working with Polight for free. He was working trying to play chess and draw his 30 grand out of this pedophile predator. Okay? So let's keep it straight. When I talk to my husband privately, he says, I hate that nigga.
So he was trying to act like he was cool with Polight because he was trying to get 30 grand out of him, which he still doesn't have.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hold on, wait, don't cut me off. He still does not have the 30,000, and 25,000 of that is going to the victim. He has to still pay the victim this money. So his, quote unquote wives are going to have to be scamming and selling booty or whatever they going to do because 25,000 needs to be paid or he's in some shit.
Right. That's coming off top. But no, the 30,000 that Nepal talking about. So back when this shit first hit the pans.
Yeah, we know about that. How, he got on the comedic on trial or whatever shit.
Right. No, but what I'm just showing the receipt, because Sa said I was lying when I said the number was about 40 to 45,000. Remember, Sa said Polight gave him about 10,000 back of his money. So, you know, here's Nepal coming with the 30,000 number. Basically, it's a verifying of that 40,000 that I said was missing.
Okay. All right.
I'm trying to get my money from that nigga. I can't stand that nigga. So I want to get back to listening to Linda. I do want to finish up and then you could detail all that. But all this stuff's on there, like I said. Let them do. I did a lot of praying today, and this is, by the way, I don't care what anyone says. We are dealing with the unfathomable, almighty Most High covering us, because we will not fail, because we don't do evil over here. We will watch and see. Let me say this, King. We're going to see who walks away, because you know what my Savior said? If they left, they never were of us. Because if they were of us, they would still be with us. You understand?
And real quick, this is a good thing because it shows you who your people are.
That's my point.
Another thing is that I remember me, Garfield, and Polight. We was at a restaurant eating. A dude came in the restaurant. So Garfield can't tell y'all he don't know what's going on, y'all. I got the video. And Garfield will say, yeah, I know it. A dude came in the restaurant and screamed and shouted at Polight and told Polight, yo, where's my money? What's up with this? Me and Garfield looked at each other. We got up from the table and we walked away. And me and Garfield was talking like, God damn, did Polight scam this dude? Did Polight really scam this dude? So we looking at the shit and Garfield was right there with us. And he trying to make it look like, oh, Sarnetta was just with Polight.
Right. The bottom line is you're not, let me just get in here and say this. It's not about doing business. But I don't want you to look like you're blaming him. Like
I'm not blaming him. But when I got with Polight, I'm the only one that asked him when the whole shit was over. I said, yo, Polight, what happened? Did you take that man money? Polight, Garfield ain't do nothing. Garfield was right there with us. Garfield just wanted to sit down and debate with the nigga. But I was asking the nigga, but I ain't gonna push that yet. That's gonna be on another video. So go ahead, Nepal.
Okay, thank you. Because we need to stay focused. I know Sarnetta wants to defend himself, but he needs to stop. You don't need to defend yourself. You saw the brother Zion, people of integrity and intelligence. They know already. You don't need to keep defending yourself and saying, but Garfield was I have a series called The Clever Pedophile. These people are masterminds. That's why they're charismatic. They bring a lot of people in. They pull the wool over everyone's eyes. You see this?
I've never known her to have anything to do with exposing pedophilia. I hate when bitches do that shit, bro.
Mother. And I met this woman. I know what kind of mother she is just from meeting her, 3 times, talking to her. She was all about her children first, her child first. So even the best mothers out there, this is what this stream is about. Watch out. Don't let anybody tell you you're paranoid. Don't listen. Tell them you don't have, take several seats, you don't know what you're talking about. Be paranoid with people around your children. Okay? Don't ever let your guard down. Don't ever feel like, oh, I'm being overbearing. We're in a time where pedophiles are so masterminds, they will try to fool you and they will fool you. So it's not about, you and God. Of course you did business with him. Everybody did in the community because he's clever, but not anymore. I'm so happy that he's in prison. 7 years, 17 years of hanging over his head, but really it's forever. It's a lifetime. So it's
61 years hanging over his head. Get it right, dumb bitch.
Gonna get back to listening to this woman's pain, and we're gonna listen to how clever the pedophile is. You better watch out. It's not just Polight. We have several in our community. And the ones who are talking about, oh, save the children. Remember, Polight was attacking GMS saying, how could you talk about children? I'm talking about real clever, y'all. The ones who say, oh, I want to protect the children, you better watch them too. Watch us all. I want to be watched. Watch us all. And we'll see how it pans out. So
when we watch you, you get mad and you cry.
Can we please go back to listening to this sister talk about what this man did? I can rewind it a little bit. Is that okay, King? Are you there? Okay, you're on the phone. Great. Here, I'm going to start playing it.
And respecting me as a great mother that I was. And I actually believed you. I believed that you were going to bring her right back. I thought you were going to have this trusting conversation with her that you promised me. Her and I both trusted you. For a grown man to violate a child who trusted him, you should be ashamed of yourself. You plotted on me and my little girl. The entire time you knew what you planned to do. Isolate, intoxicate, then violate my baby. Shame on you. I trusted you to bring her right back. You were supposed to bring her back the same way that you took her. Instead, you drugged her and took advantage of her. You sexually abused her. You forced alcohol down her throat. You then forced her to see things that no child should ever have to see. You forced her to feel things that no child should have to feel. You forced her to accept violence that no child should ever have to endure. You forced drugs in her that no human should ever even ingest. She's my child. My baby. How could you? How could you? You could have killed her with all the drugs that were found in her system. You thought your master plan was mapped out perfectly, huh? You thought I'd be dumb enough to believe you over my child. And you thought that money would blind me. You thought I was going to be so blinded that I wouldn't notice when you returned her with bruises all over her body and her mouth busted, uncontrollably shaking. Absolutely not. And although you executed your plan and you got what you wanted those couple of hours, you actually failed. Because look where you're at right now. You have created a lifetime of trauma for my daughter and I. Before you, we never knew evil existed. You brought so much evil into our lives that early morning, and I'll never forget. I called you like 50 times and you wouldn't answer me.
Oh my God.
And I called her too when you took her phone. You dropped
The nightmare. I gotta pause it. Mothers, fathers. You know what that's like.
Pause that shit for a minute, man.
Family. I can't talk about these.
So as Napaz sits here and tries to crunch everything that I've said into one little ball in the last 2 years, Sonetta acts like he's affected by what he just heard, but called it shit.
These people anymore. We gotta focus on this.
Yeah,
the pain.
This live is not about Garfield. I'm leaving Garfield out of this. This is about Linda and her child right now. To do with Garfield. We ain't gonna do Garfield the way people will try to do me. I'm not even gonna talk about Garfield. We're gonna stay focused on this.
Yes, exactly. And you know what? I want to play this a few times. This isn't the only time I want to play this woman. Family, you have children. Do you hear this? Do you hear this? I'm gonna try to take it easy and not use any profanity. You know what it's like. I know what it's like. I have 2 children. Calling that phone, the panic. You keep on calling it, and all that stuff races through your mind. Is a child hurt? Is a child arrested? Is a child? This woman called her baby. She called this man and her baby. The helplessness and the hopelessness when you're like, what is going on? I don't know what to do. This is what he did to this woman and to her child. Look what he did to her. I'm gonna go back. You know, anybody who has children, you know the terror. Calling that phone and they don't pick up. Yeah.
Like what she's saying is the truth, but she's capping. She don't give a fuck and they don't give a fuck. They want to get an exclusive interview.
Before you, we never knew evil existed. You brought so much evil into our lives that early morning, and I'll never forget. I called you like 50 times and you wouldn't answer me. And I called her too when you took her phone. You drugged my baby and you gave her no way to seek help. You left me no way to contact her or even know where she was. I get physically sick now whenever I'm away from my daughter because of you. Something as simple as her going to school, I'm in panic mode. Because I'm scared when she comes back, she's going to be hurt all over again.
Oh my God.
Hey, stop. Pause it for a minute.
Oh my God.
Pause it. Minister Inky is in the building, smiling like this is funny. What's funny about this, brother? Do you want to say anything about it? Keep it a buck.
How you doing? How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. What's up, man?
How you doing, Nepal?
I'm very hurt to hear this mother, to hear what happened to her. I mean, you have children and you know this is the worst nightmare that a parent could ever experience.
Right. It's not a game when people play games with molestation. Like a lot of people do today, they play games with it. And they say, oh, Sonetta molested a little girl. Sonetta did this too when he was 33 and the girl was 15. That is not a game to play with. You don't do that to no man. If you are a man in this world and you claim to be a doctor, the last thing you do is put that on another man. It's like wishing an innocent man go to jail for life. You know, men don't do that. Even if we have a beef, Inky, with each other, I would never put that on you. Never, brother. Just because we banging on each other on something like that, because we know that this right here, this situation is very serious. And to
Can I respond?
Yes, I'm gonna let you respond.
Yeah.
To link up with people who hate me and people who bang on me is not a good thing. Go ahead and respond, bro.
You know, there's a time when you said you took Dr. Sebi products and it almost killed you.
And I still stand on that.
Hold on.
Yes.
There's a time when you got angry with me, and because you was angry with me, you said, Inky, your products almost killed me. And it was really Dr. Sebi products you was talking about. So I'm just giving you a reference to a time when you said something very egregious about me with reckless abandon, and you didn't hit the brakes twice or slow down or hit a speed bump. But I do understand your sentiment, and I do think that this is a very important situation and a trying time for the whole entire community.
Why you struck back or something, though, brother Inky? If that,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, is that why you came back at me with that whole pedophilia thing? Or you said it because you know it's a fact that's what happened?
No, well, here's what I said on Garfield platform.
No. I want you to answer my question.
Well, can we just say this?
The same question popped up. And here's my thing.
Go ahead.
And you know, obviously he just took the plea deal, so this is gonna be an ongoing conversation. But here's what I said on Garfield platform. I said there's a side of this where people could say that Sarnetta had nothing to do with this. I disagree with that side of the argument, but I do understand there's an argument for that. But I think the counter argument is this. Over the time, if we look back in hindsight, we see that the things that Polight has done to the community started out very small, and they kind of grew over time and over time. And the thing where people are putting you in the line of fire is that every time he, you know, maybe the scam was for a few $100s, but then you brought him back after a while because he said he was going to be cool. And then the scams got to a few $1,000s and you brought him back because he said he was going to be cool. And right up until he robbed you. And I remember, you know, I was there when he ran off with all that money from the Hebrew Israelite debate. That's when you drew the line in the sand. And then you said what you said. But later on, you recanted and then continued to work with him. And I'm saying,
I'm asking you about something else because, brother, you work with him too, brother. You was with him way more than I was. I was only with him when I would film him and we would do documents. You know that. I wasn't going around the world with him. I never been on the plane with him. I never slept at his house. You did all of those things, brother Inky. You slept on
he never slept at my house, and he slept.
No, can we do this? I gotta jump in, please, just respectfully.
Because he's not gonna come back. I got him right here, right now. And it's good that we having this discussion because
I can come back at a scheduled appointed time and we can have a discussion if you want. I'm with that.
So are you?
Yeah, that'll be good.
So before you go, can you state for the people right now that you know for surety that I was with a girl by the name of Nikki at the age of 13 and I was 33? You know that for sure, and you got proof of that, Inky.
Here's what I would say for sure. What I would say for sure is that I have no problem with setting up a future time to come back and have a wider discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry, Inky.
Yes, Inky. So I'm asking you right now, while the people is here, you got we got 1,300 people in here. You can make the claim right now that is an actual fact that you got proof that I was with a woman by the name, a girl by the name.
Let me ask you this, when you said, when you said that a woman, I'm just saying, when you said that a woman violated you up the anus, was you talking about this same?
That, brother. I never see you lying again. Inky, show me where I said a woman violated me up the anus. Where?
No, you said you was glad that it wasn't a man. At least it was a woman that had went up your anus.
Senator, can I please speak for a second?
Please, I need this, man. I know what you're saying. Because Inky, you claim to be a doctor, brother. You in front of a lot of people. You can't show nowhere where I said a woman molested me up the anus or a man. I'm glad that a man didn't do it. If you can you show us now, brother? Right now, believe me, your credibility is being on the line. And you claim to be a doctor. So I'm saying, brother, you got the green light right now to clear all of this up. So are you saying that's what I said, Inky?
I'm saying.
And can you prove it?
That you said, hold on. That you said, let me look for this clip.
Hold on. This is what I want to do. Inky, will you come back and we can have this discussion? You see, we ain't screaming. We ain't cursing each other out. I would love to have this one-on-one conversation with you. Can we do that?
I said we could, definitely.
Let's say at 3 o'clock. Are you open for 3?
Oh, I didn't mean today. I thought we was gonna set a time and come back and have a discussion. So this is fresh.
Why we can't?
You know, we getting ready. Listen, we getting ready to run a whole victory lap around.
We can also talk about Polight as well. Me and you, so we can have that conversation.
No, absolutely. I think we have to have the conversation.
Can we do it today, me and you?
No, I think today is too soon.
No, it's not.
Today's Wednesday. I think we need to let it build up. Let Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
Views off of it. I want to get.
I can't get views. Listen, I can't get views if it's on your channel, no matter what.
We don't care about views right now, y'all. Like,
views, bro.
Well, why did you bring it up? I'm not bringing up views.
Let's do this. I know you keep muting me. It's weird. Like, let me speak.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, I'm the only one who's neutral here, and you want to just go back and forth. I was trying to say, no, it's not about that. You come on. Like, I wish you would stop. I would have handled this so much differently. Trust me, we wouldn't even be up here.
All right, number one, let me just say this, Nepal, because I don't want to get upset.
All right, number one, let me just say this, Nepal, because I don't want to get upset.
All right, number one, let me just say this, Nepal, because I don't want to get upset.
I don't want you to get upset. That's why I said stop talking to me.
It's 2 men speaking. I got Inky right where I want him right now. You have to be quiet. Please, I'm asking you. I got Inky. I'm not going to call him a nigga. I'm not doing none of that. I got him right here because he runs from me all the time. So now that I got him here, I want him to answer the questions. I don't want the nigga to get away. You are
All right.
letting niggas get away. Not knowing.
No.
Now, I'm not saying you know you letting them, but you don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do.
Now. So all I'm asking you to do is be quiet when I'm speaking to him. Let me
Right.
him. Please.
Right, but Sonetta, you know, I hear.
Now you're speaking over me, sis. Queen, you're speaking over me, baby. Let me finish. While I got him here, I want to be able to get it out of him now.
Mother, sis, hold on. We got a couple more minutes
Not
left.
when he can run back, make up stuff, get video, do this, listen to his friends, listen to Shaka Doodle and all, and they get to him. Yo, brother, you can't go up there doing. I want to get him right here. Why I got him. See, now he's going to run and all the niggas going to call him now. Yo, brother, you looked at a little weak up there, brother. He almost had you there, bro. See, I got to get the nigga when it's fresh. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. But
Are you sure? Are you sure I can talk now without being disrespectfully muted and kicked in the back or something? Because you keep on muting me. Listen, I don't know. I know I'm just not fully in this community as deep as you are, like 10 years. This is not normal. You didn't have him. He was about to play that stupid recording about the backside thing, and we're trying to focus on this woman and her child. And I get it. You feel like you got him, but no, it's a game. And I don't want it to be a game right now, my love. I really want to focus on this woman and her child. I really do. So I get it. You got him, but could we just focus? Because you weren't getting him. He was queuing up that stupid.
Yeah. Nepal said you weren't getting him. He was getting you. Oh, shit.
So there's that.
All right, listen. Queen's Throne, Shaka, Royal Family, Shaka's family, everybody at home, everybody that's been in the struggle with us. If you were even a little bit disturbed by seeing my face pop up on Sonetta Studios, I want to apologize to you.
Hey,
I respect your, you know, I had a long talk with Shaka. Queen's Throne, you know, definitely efficiently cussed me out because she only had a few minutes to do so. So she said, listen, I only got 8 minutes. Okay, now you know I got your back, Inky. But okay, you know, so just before, you know, I'm just, you know, but you know, being from the Bronx and just my spirit, you know, it was time to confront. You know, it was time to confront Frankie. You know what I'm saying? And throw my dirty boots up on his coffee table and just totally disrupt whatever they had going on over there in a celebratory, you know, in a I want to say 25% celebratory manner, a 25% matter of fact, aha manner, and then like a 50% overall ignorant, I don't give a fuck all that. Y'all been trolling. Now it's over. Your man is in the orange jumpsuit going up on this. It's over. No more girly outfits with purses. You know, it's, yeah, we here now, you know, so there was some of that, but you know, I do want to apologize to the family that just took a version, like got allergic, like, oh, what that had an allergic reaction to seeing me over there, like. But anyway, go ahead.
Peace to everybody, Queen's Throne. Sister Nandi, Inky. Queen's Throne, I really want you to be brief and clear up any misunderstanding, because earlier I heard you said that can you hear me, sister?
Did he just jump off?
All right.
I'll drop it again just in case. But go ahead.
Yes, sister.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just on mute. Why Inky leave off the panel? I had some questions for him.
He dropped down. Somebody got the audio. You have
that might be me, y'all. Let me go on mute.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully come back up. I know he didn't just drop down like that, just like fuck it. But continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to clear up any misunderstanding, because I heard you at the beginning said that I had you accountable, and that's not the case. I never had you accountable for what Inky did. I only quoted when you told us, me and Tar, this can never happen again. You know, so I wanted to make that clear.
Why is when Inky jumps up on a panel, why is my name the first name to come out of your motherfucking mouth?
No, calm down,
like
sister.
it's like no, because it's like
sister, you
fuck
got it
that.
wrong. You can play it if you want.
I built my reputation. I don't give a fuck. So you coming out here with some half-cocked ass shit, trying to hurt Inky is not my husband. I wouldn't give a fuck. Okay, there with Neo
Queen
was up
said it
there.
can never happen again.
Sister
That's what I
Noble,
said.
but the
I didn't
only
throw you under the
thing you
bus.
had, look, dude, like period. Avi,
So
you don't know
misunderstood what
how
I
the
said.
fuck I feel about the shit.
All
You
right,
don't know
okay.
how
Well, do
I
your
feel
thing.
about
Do your
the shit.
thing. Do your thing. All right. Do your thing.
Period.
Do your thing.
So
Do your
bye.
thing.
If you're finna act like that, then it is what it is.
I didn't do anything wrong. I said
I mean, because you
said
came
it
in
can
there and
never
you had
happen
some
again.
bass in your shit, like you was finna bust a motherfucking move.
Listen, can you play it and we get some clarity?
I don't
about
got
this?
time for that.
Well,
I
you
came here
misunderstood.
for what's in my edit.
I didn't say anything wrong, sister.
All right, we'll see. I'll go back
Well,
and
but feel
rewatch
free.
it.
I'm here. You can play. Like you
I
can
ain't
go at
got
me if
time. It's not about me and you arguing. It's bigger than that.
It's
We
about
talking
what you
about
said, though.
we talking about Polight.
I had you down
We
for a long
talking
time,
about
sister. I
what?
shared your stream. I gave you shout outs.
Okay,
I
what
always
that
said you did a
mean?
great job.
Motherfuckers turn on motherfuckers in a minute. You definitely
So
tried
did
that
I,
though.
sister? Did I turn on you?
And then Inky came on your
Sister, no,
panel.
let's be real.
No,
Did I
wait.
turn on you?
No. Shaka, you're not finna play me like that. You said the shit, then Inky came up on your panel and you didn't have really no smoke for him. It was laughing, giggling, and all that, but you
I
threw
had
my
smoke.
name
I
out
told
there
him,
like I don't
don't
stand
go
on
there.
motherfucking
I told
business.
him, don't go there. I hollered at Zion Lex. I hollered at Robin, all these dudes,
We don't,
females.
at this
No,
point, it don't matter.
sister,
We can argue about that when I get done celebrating this bitch ass nigga being in prison for motherfucking molesting a child.
York, fuck
When I
Polight, fuck
motherfucking
Sanetta.
go in
But sister,
on
I didn't do you
Sanetta's
wrong.
bitch ass.
I didn't do you wrong, sister. I said Queen's Throat said this can never happen
Okay,
again.
we ain't finna talk about this right now, Shaka. Next, what else you got?
I want you to
We
clear
can
up that
address this at
misunderstanding.
another time.
I just
didn't
wanted
make
to
my
clear up
edit to talk about me and your beef. This is
my
about
beef.
Polight,
But sister,
going to
check
prison.
this out. Check
Finally,
this
all
out.
our hard
Sister,
work is paid off.
Sister,
Those that
I
put in
agree with
hard
you,
work.
but don't go at me
So
if I
I'm
didn't do
trying to
anything wrong to
celebrate.
you. It's a
I done brought a
misunderstanding,
Barbie
sister.
doll for y'all.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. But I just wanted to clear up that misunderstanding. I didn't do you wrong. I didn't throw you under the bus. Okay.
I'll
that's
go
peace
back
then.
and watch it. I'm more
Feel
worried
free.
about Sanetta right now.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
feel free.
saying,
Yeah, but
don't nobody, and there's other people like, oh, you had so-and-so in your chat, or you had this person. Don't nobody control shit that I do on this motherfucker.
no, I don't know what you're talking about right now. If you have
But
something you want to get off, just feel free.
while you said what you said about, you know, Inky and how you felt about what I said, at the same time, you don't know how I voiced shit to Inky. When Inky just told you that it was a yelling match on my part for 8 motherfucking minutes, you don't know. And you could not wait to say my motherfucking name.
Queen's Throat, I just said what you said live on air when Tar was there, that you said this can never happen again. This is a misunderstanding. I'm telling you, when you have time to check.
I'm gonna go back and watch it. I'm hostile right now.
I understand, but I'm not your enemy, sister. I just came to clear up that misunderstanding. I never said anything wrong.
It's cool. We'll talk about that later, Shaka, respectfully. That's the least on my mind right now. Not saying that you're not important or a misunderstanding between us isn't important.
I just came in peace to clear up a misunderstanding. We don't need to go at each other.
Shaka. We cool.
That's what's up. That's what's
all
up.
right. Sister
Peace,
Nandy, what is good, sis? What's good, sis? Y'all can come up as well. I don't know if Inky left for good or whatever, but yeah. I motherfucking went the fuck in. I didn't feel good about the shit. I still don't feel good about the shit at this point. But also, you know, he claiming that he, you know, whatever. I'm not even finna sit up here and do this. He spoke on Shaka's channel, Forever Mayat. Shout out to him. It probably is a misunderstanding. I'm motherfucking upset. At the same time, happy. But go ahead, Nandy.
I don't know why my microphone been echoing. I'm gonna have to fix it. Is it echoing now?
No, you good, sis. Wait, no, it still is.
Let me
Not
see.
another tab open?
No. Somebody told me I need to adjust it because I got a real good microphone.
Well, you got speakers, so it's coming out of there. Do you have headphones?
That's probably what it is. Let me see something.
In the meantime, we got Cherry Love.
Is it still echoing?
Yes.
Let me see. See if it'll echo if you mute up.
I mean,
because I think it's the microphone inside my stream.
No, it's because you have a speaker right there. Sis, you're playing this out of a speaker, right?
No, sis. I got a desktop, a Mac.
I don't know. Let me find out who Cherry Love is really quick, sis.
Okay.
Cherry Love. Cherry Love.
Yes,
You there?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hi, Miss Queen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have been following you, become a recent follower of you. My Lord, what do I say to you? Every bit a bit of 3 months ago. I've heard of you previously before. But let me say this. I want to commend you for the hard work that you have done. I'm from a different sect of you two, as you can tell. I am a Christian. But I'm not here to force my beliefs upon you. I want to thank you for all that you have done. I know it's a lot going on. And yeah, people are jumping ship. I watched how your name was smeared by Sinetta. I'm not a fan of Sinetta at all. I think that man is wicked. And if he don't repent and right his wrong, he deserves to end up in hell where he actually belongs. This thing with Polight, I've watched for years him scam people. Keep that bastard's picture right up there. Go back, if you don't mind.
Right here. Wait, oh, not him. It jumped.
That spiritual bastard right there. See, it's garbage like that that destroys a community when the Black community or all communities want a real healthy community, but you can't have it because of garbage like that. I watched you fight. I watched people, oh, she lying. Oh, she lying. Oh, she lying. She don't know what she's talking about. No, you know exactly what you was talking about because you've been there, done that. And get ready because all the naysayers that said that you were lying, said that you didn't know what you was talking about, get ready for them to come out the woodwork and try to be buddy. But I'm going to ask you right now, Sister Queen, don't fall for it, ma'am.
I won't.
Don't fall for it. And I know that it felt like you probably were standing by yourself or just with a few others. Please keep those few others with you. And there's others here in the chat. I'm looking at the people in the chat that are supporting you. And I will tell them to continue to support you because you're real in what you do. Polight has scammed people for years with the books, with the what was that? The contracting, I forgot what they called it. It was a contracting site that wasn't even his. The money scheming.
Condominiums.
Condominiums. There you go. All of that stuff. But now the roosters have come home to crow. And I love what you said earlier because I went back and dipped back into your earlier part of your life because I ain't gonna lie, I've been really, really scoping your channel, waiting for you to go live, waiting because you've been on this consistently. And literally, all of the roosters are coming home to crow. And he deserves exactly what he did. I'm gonna be honest with you. The 7 years, I'm not happy with. I think it should have went for the big kahuna of the 61 years plus more. Because now this baby, this child, is still trying to find out what the hell happened to her. And I do apologetics against Hebrew Israelism. And there's some sick bastards too. The polygamy, the disrespect of women, and even the disrespect of the brothers, making them feel superior when really you have become their lapdog. You're not becoming somebody worthy in God or whatever the sector may be. You have become a literal slave. And then when you realize that this has gone down, And it blows up in their face. Now they want to turn back and look at folk like Queenstone. Well, you know, it wasn't me, sis. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Get ready for the "it wasn't me" blame game. I'm just here to get in your ear right now. I do have an agenda right now. And I'm openly saying it to you, Miss Queen. Don't listen to them. Stay focused. Continue to do what you do. I even went back in some of your stuff when you said that there's cases that have happened that people don't even know about, and you are compassionate enough to speak on it. I commend you for that. And the work that you have done has even inspired me more, even in the realm that I have done, because I have talked to victims that have been abused, that have been sexually abused, that have been verbally abused, that have been financially abused, manipulated, all of that, even talking about within cults. And what Polight was doing is no different than what they were doing.
Exactly. I commend you, sis, for helping. That's what's up. That's
Yes,
definitely
ma'am.
what's up.
And I'm going to tell you something. And I hope Sinetta hear this. Every dog got its day. And I believe that dog's day is coming close. For a man to do something so treacherous like this and walk away with only 7 years, baby, you had to do some serious talking and giving up some people. So I just say, Miss Queen, and I'm not going to hog up your time, keep a close eye like you've been doing.
Oh, I am. I'm staying on it.
Close eye and keep doing what you're doing. And my grandmama always told me, listen, right is right and wrong is wrong, and right don't wrong nobody. And what Polight did was ultimately wrong. He took away the innocence of a child, and this child got to work through it. But I believe with the help of her mother, the help of the community, even from those who are in whatever spiritual position that you're in, with prayers and so on, to rebuild this child. And listen, there's more children like her. More children like her. You see what I'm saying? So again, I'm going to keep you prayed up, sis. And I'm going to continue to pray for your strength. I'm going to continue to ask God to continue to give you the wisdom that you have already possessed right now. And I'm asking him to strengthen that for you. Listen, don't be no fool. And you know what? You know, women have always, you know, our testimony has always been looked at as second to none. But I would have to say right now, your witness and that little girl's witness and her mother's witness has stood strong. It's become the first witness, and everybody is listening. So, sis, I'm going to go back down and respectfully listen to you. I want to tell you, God bless you. And I'm going to continue to pray for you and stand on wisdom and be strong, and don't be no fool for none of these fools, especially the ones who didn't stand with you. You don't know me from a can of paint, and I just subscribe to your channel, and I'm looking for more content. I love how you got the setting going up. But God has blessed you with a beautiful talent. Continue to use that talent in the way for good, like you've been doing, and leave these rest of these bastards alone and make them eat their words, honey. God bless you, and I'm gonna yield the mic and I'm gonna go back down.
Thank you, Cherry Love. Thank you so much. I appreciate the motivation. Shout out to Cherry Love. Okay, who's next? Sister Nandy, you ready?
Am I still echoing?
No.
Great.
Oh, yes. You gotta use headphones.
I don't know why.
Maybe you gotta drop down and come back up.
Okay, let me try that.
Nandy, put some headphones on.
Okay, let me do that. Give me a second, guys.
I'm gonna mute you for now. Def Dabster, what's good?
What's up with you, QT?
What is up? This day has been crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Look, it's fun. Well, it's not really funny, but earlier I ran to your page. I just assumed that you was going, have something going earlier, because I just wanted to come and just watch. Man, you put a lot of effort into this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it take a lot of time. Cats don't really get it. And I've been watching, and this is why I watch these other situations and streams, so I could kind of know what cats is on. Like, really,
cats is really exposing themselves.
I haven't even had a chance to look at
you
much.
haven't?
I watched Sister Nandy. I watched Summer Forever, Mayette Forever's live. Hold on really quick. Salute to Preach. Hold on really quick. There's somebody named Israel Bound back here. Israel Bound.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Not too much. I'm just coming in to give my little 2 cents for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
I mainly focus on well, first I kind of like the end statement of what the sister was just saying. Like, I don't think people should just group everybody into, situations, right? Because, I personally identify as a Hebrew Israelite, you know what I'm saying? And all people of any walk of life or not one way or the other, you know what I'm saying? So
Hold on really quick. Kenya the Craft, if you can hear me, your device is not connecting. Try again, bro. Okay, go ahead, Israel Bound.
Yeah. So just to not to spend too much time on it, I just wanted to throw that out there because, blanket statements are usually, unfair to a bunch of people, you know what I'm saying? So, but with that being said, I look at the fact that you got probably 90% of the people who are commenting or interested in this whole topic that I wouldn't fit this bill because I've been trolling Polight for years about his pedophilia. But the interesting thing is that Polight told everybody that he was a pedophile on the bench with that victim of Malachi Z. York. He told everybody. So if anybody who heard that video or watched that video and heard his words that Malachi Z. York was his God, no matter if he molested dozens of kids. He told you right there he was a pedophile. And most people just let that slide. They didn't worry about it until he actually got caught up doing pedophilia type shit. So, that's about all I really got is that, to me, it's the fakest shit out of everybody ever because why wait until this point to start talking about, oh, Polight this, Polight that, when Polight told y'all.
So who you calling fake? You calling us or
No,
what?
not at all. No. Come on, that's a bit defensive, sis. Like I'm speaking
I'm
about.
just, hey, people are moving reckless as hell
Yeah,
on this
I
chessboard.
feel you.
So
I feel you, but here's the thing. And I don't mind that if it's towards me. Like I don't give a shit. All I'm saying is that, for instance, Sarnetta, you know what I'm saying? Sarnetta know about this video. Sarnetta been knowing about the video. And
What video you talking about?
the brother that was molested by Malachi York,
Oh
and he was
yeah.
doing the
He even
interview.
interviewed him his own self, bro.
Right, and when he said that Malachi York was his God, no matter if he molested a bunch of kids or not.
Hello, can
Right
y'all hear
there,
me?
he said, I condone pedophilia.
Mad spooky, bro.
And people should have been on his top from that point. I never had a platform. I had to used to just go to his platform and call him a pedophile in his comments and get him block me and all this old type of stuff. But at the end of the day, if you knew about that video, you knew Polight was a pedophile from that point. That's all I'm saying. Whoever that shoe may fit, they can, kindly wear it because no way did I wait. Just like people who said, oh, Sarnetta in particular on this, oh, we're going to wait to see what the court say if he guilty. No, nigga, if you got a minor and she has, body, male fluids found on her body, there's no longer discussion of guilt. Court is just a matter of default at this point. He was guilty upon the notice of DNA being on her body from him. So with that, you know what I'm saying, I yield the time and appreciate you allowing me to give my little 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? I'll let the
Appreciate you
next
for
person
coming
go
on.
ahead on and do their thing. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, bro, let me just point this out to you real quick.
Yes,
That
sir.
video you talking about, that was before like all the niggas little scams kicked in. Remember, he was dirty and broke.
Right, yeah,
You
he's
know,
hella
right?
dusty.
And this is back then. A lot of these people like QT, like Trip C, you know, whoever, JT, you could go down the line. These cats hadn't put their pages up or got in the algorithm. Believe me, bro, if these cats would have had pages before, this shit would be way different already, King.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They had a
I'm sure.
crazy ass head start, bro.
This is mostly towards the people like basically like the people y'all mean. Listen, Sinetta,
Right.
Tazariot, Reggie, all these people knew this. You know what I'm saying? They was there on a platform with the ability to inform people, but they never took the opportunity to do so. And even up until the very end, especially like Reggie, I'll never put doctor in front of this nigga's name, but Reggie is a pedophile himself. If you listen to the way he was defending Polight all the way up to this point, that nigga's a pedophile too. Straight the fuck up.
Now you got niggas over there like over there right now acting like he didn't know that the little girl was drugged. And we
You
been
say what,
getting
bro?
this shit. Unc is over there right now acting like the girl. Unc is over there right now acting like he didn't know that Polight drugged the girl. And we've been beating this shit down for 2 years now. And now Mr. DNA nigga acting like that, you know, he didn't know this. And you know, this shit is pissing me off when I'm sitting up here listening to I've been at work. I caught on to it late. I'm over there listening to Nepal over there talk like bitch, like she concerned about what's going on, lying that she knew the mother and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they've been having conversations behind the scene like we don't know this shit. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy, man. Damn,
That's
I
a
was gonna say
fact.
something else, but I forgot what else I was gonna say. There's so much shit going on right now, y'all. I'm sorry.
Shout out to you,
I
Kenya.
ain't wanna talk over nobody, but
yeah, my fault.
I'm gonna go back to what I always been saying. Man, this is preach. That's on my face. I've been offering to fight these niggas for months. Like
Okay, come on, preach.
hold on, wait a minute.
Stay
I
on
ain't
task.
gonna go overboard. I ain't gonna go overboard. I'm just gonna say you've been covering this, and you've been covering protecting children for a long time. And these people in this conscious community, I'm 31. I've been watching their content for at least 7 years. I've been looking at these brothers talk about bettering the black community. I've been watching. I grew up in the streets, bro. I've stopped people from getting shot. I've stepped in front of situations from people getting shot and stabbed. I've been in very dangerous situations in the hood, and in the conscious community, people raising their consciousness is very important as far as getting people out of certain situations. So this is important. So Polight being one of the forefronts of that was important to me. So for him to turn around and use that power to try to manipulate a young girl to do something for his sexual, excuse me, I don't want to be too graphic on YouTube, for his pleasure is messed up. Because we as black men, we want better for ourselves. We want better for ourselves. And we want better for our communities. We want better for our children. We want better for our lives. And the black men that I encounter that are trying to do better for themselves, they're trying to set a better example. And for this man to get on the top of a hierarchy as far as social media and people seeing him being articulate and speak with I don't know, a certain level of intelligence, we look at him and he's like, damn, you kind of make it look bad for us. It's more important. It's more important to focus on the young lady that's been affected. The young lady that's been affected and her mother. And so all I'm saying is my aggression, I don't want it to be taken in the wrong way. But my aggression has been spread across a lot of different black platforms on YouTube. I have tried to tone it down, and it's not good.
Okay.
But that's the only I'm saying it's good that people are seeing now that Queen's Throne has been looking at this, and she picked up on this faster than a lot of other people. And now other people are trying to pick up the breadcrumbs, and they're trying to kind of like go back and be like, oh, this is what we should have been talking about. No, Queen's Throne's been talking about this. She been picked up on this, like the other brother was saying.
Hold on, bro. I gotta interrupt you for a second. These niggas ain't goddamn picking up breadcrumbs. Not to combat what you saying. These folks ain't picking up breadcrumbs, man. These motherfuckers are wicked, bro. Look, the shit that we've been putting out on this case, man, for the last 2 years, man. Now these niggas over there acting like they fucking concerned. And we can't forget, it's still a victim out there. Renente. That's fucking Sonetta's wife cousin. He got the video and he went on it. We got the video where the nigga went on a rampage on Polight and trying to expose that shit. Polight got another victim named Renente. We got the receipts on this shit.
Hey, bro, I'm not downplaying what you're saying, but your audio is messed up. Your audio is messed up. I'm not downplaying what you're saying, but your audio is messed up.
So what I'm saying is,
yeah, your audio is messing up. Come back in, Kenya. It's real bad.
All right.
So, yeah, wrap it up, Preach, with what you're saying, because I did cut off. I know Def Dabster has to talk, and then Sister Nandy was supposed to be talking too. So.
Yeah, I just want to give my little 2 cents. I support you, Queen. You feel me? I'm gonna pull up, and I'm just saying, if any of these, I'm just saying it's disgusting what they do in this conscious community. They try to say they're trying to help people, and then they turn around and they do our young black children wrong in our society, and it's ugly. And last time I wasn't very good at expressing how I felt about that, and I'm trying to do better at that because I'll be trying to express. You see what I'm saying? So
okay, we gotta move.
Am I good now? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, Kenya, I hear you.
Hey, Queen Throne, don't forget now. It's other victims out there like Renente. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I haven't forgot. I'm not done with this nigga, Sonetta.
Right. And he been knowing this shit. He been knowing this shit for this whole time. And he on the video saying that Renente is his wife's cousin. We got the goddamn videos and receipt. So
no, audio's still messing up, Kenya. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I don't know why.
I'm gonna call you back when I get to the house.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, y'all.
All right. No, you good, Kenya. Thank you for coming up. I do want to hear from you, so call back, please.
All right.
All right. Because Kenya been on it. Some of them edits that I use every now and again are Kenya's. So shout out to Kenya. Let me see here. I'm gonna drop him for now because he's gonna call back in when he gets off of the road. Who is next? Def Dabster?
Yep. I mean, I ain't even really worried about getting cut off, man. Like, everybody's popping what they popping. We all on the same page. I'm really interested more so in what you ladies have to say, just because a lot of it's been suppressed. And I feel that if we would have listened to y'all more, we could have got to the bottom of this a long time ago. Right. So at this point, the people who I feel are accountable, I've already heard from them niggas like Sonetta and all these other guys. So really, man, I'm here to see what y'all talking about. So I'll call back. You could let Neo talk. And yeah, because I'm
Just
here
stay
to,
up
you know.
here. Neo, okay. Or Nandy, do you got your audio together? Because
Oh, my
Nandy's
bad.
been
Nandy's here.
waiting for a
Excuse me. I'm
while
sorry about
too.
that.
Yeah.
Am I still echoing?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't have no headphones?
Yeah, I'll come back. Let me get right. I'll come back.
Okay. All right. I want to hear from Sister Nandy. I know she be going in. Neo, wait. Jaded, go ahead. Let's
Peace.
keep it on topic.
Just real quick, if people got Bluetooth devices in, that might be causing the audio issues.
Yes, thank you, Jaded.
But I just wanted to talk about something. At this point now, Polight is incarcerated. Rashad Jamal is incarcerated. Rod Tahuti, I don't know if anybody remembers him, but he was also arrested around the time Polight was arrested, a little bit before Polight was arrested, but he's also incarcerated. Dr. York is incarcerated. But we have an issue, and what I see developing is like a not in terms of what's going on at the House of Consciousness, right? Because they are, they're culpable for a lot of the misbehavior going on in the community. But what I don't want to see develop is a witch hunt where we now are distrusting each other, right? There are sociopaths and they're malignant narcissists in the community. And to address some of the stuff that the brother was talking about, one of the problems is that when we come home, right? Because I've done time as well many years ago, right? And when we come home and you want to do something better, right? We've been programmed that and through various evidence that church ain't really the place to go if you want to get yourself together, right? Mentally, spiritually, etc. Right? So then we're still looking for an avenue of community to develop this spirituality, to try to make better choices, right? And the problem is that when you have a community of people who kind of adhere to beliefs without concrete consequences for your actions, then it's going to attract malignant narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths. And it's been that way since the beginning, right? The conscious community has always been an affinity scam. That's what it is. We're all Black. We all identify with the issues that befall Black people, right? And then we get pulled in to this, right? And now that at one point when I was young, it was a small group of people and we wore dashikis and our parents dressed us up and they had parties and Kwanzaa events and things like that. It wasn't wide. It wasn't like a widespread community where people knew each other like it is now as a result of the internet, right? So now it's easy for someone like Polight or like any of these other people because they come in with, remember, Polight came in pretending to be a health guru.
And that Black woman was God, right?
Right. Well, he wasn't even, remember.
No, his main thing was Black women was God.
Tahuti. Remember Brother Tahuti, the light-skinned brother used to be on House of Consciousness. He was the person that was pushing the Black woman as God. And Polight picked up on that during the around the events of the debate between him and Ali Muhammad. This is when Polight picked up on that, and then there's a video of him talking about Black men are turning into Black women and all kind of other nonsense, right? And then he began to be because what Polight did, Brother Inky said a long time ago, is he's like the incredible Mr. Ripley. He meets people and he morphs into those people, or he adopts the behaviors or
He's a
the
chameleon.
outside.
That's what a lot of scammers do. They're chameleons.
He also has an identity disorder.
That's the traits of a narcissist.
Right. They mimic people. Like
people. So when you watch Dr. Umar Johnson, and sometimes he sounds like Denzel Washington from Great Debaters. Sometimes he sounds like Denzel Washington and Malcolm X, because these are the people who sat down because they were left alone. All the stories are the same. They got left alone as children. What did children that get left alone do? They got sat in front of television. They watched a whole bunch of movies, and then that's how they learn how to be people, because they don't process emotions the same way that we do. Okay, so how do we avoid this, right? Well, there has to be a certain level of respect that we have for us as a people, but that respect has to be based upon your behavior. Do the things you say make sense? I mean, I remember when Polight started this whole sovereignty nonsense, right? Where he copied Ali Muhammad and copied Dr. York and started the New Covenant nonsense, right? And the first thing he said to the community, right, was that he doesn't pay taxes. Well, no, he said he pays taxes, but he writes off the taxes that he spends to the IRS, because the IRS is a nonprofit. That's the dumbest thing that I've ever heard spoken about the IRS. And I've heard some dumb things people say about the IRS. All right? And people heard that. They didn't go look it up. They told other people, pretending that they looked it up, and they took it for face value because Polight wasn't intelligent. He just said it intelligently because he was probably copying the vocal patterns of an intelligent person.
Facts.
So that's what Ratahudi did with astrology.
So this is my thing. Every time these people get in these positions, right, in the community, like, they always, it's a pattern. I believe in patterns. I don't believe in coincidences. Every time they get in the position where they get into a higher power, they always try to manipulate children. Every time. No. Let's look at the patterns, though. Every time they get into a position of power, they be trying to manipulate children.
Because children are innocent.
Right.
So they're stealing their innocence. It's also a ritual in some aspects. You could break it down that way. We've definitely touched base on that, haven't we?
Yeah, yes. Queen touched base on all of this. That's what I'm saying. Like, she foresaw this before it even happened with Polight. And
I've been calling it a predator ring since before it started, or around the time.
But I definitely salute Queen's Throne and all the people who have been on these niggas' necks. Now myself, I left the community. You know what I'm saying? But I was present for Polight in his lecture with Dr. Laila Africa, where him and his wives were lying about having fibroids and all kind of other ailments. And, all this fake nonsense about having a restaurant and all this other stuff that never existed. All right. So Sonetta and King Simon, they were pushing things that they knew didn't exist. And listen, man, I watched King Simon up there backflipping about. Listen, we have not seen King Simon say a word until today. Now, I'm going to tell you, as an eyewitness, I was right there at that event when and King Simon was there the whole time, right? I was there. King Simon, remember I came to you and I said, I'll help you with the chairs, but I was guarding the door for you. I did all that while you were counting money. The entire time you were counting money. You ain't paying attention to debate one. You ain't talking to nobody. You were counting money. And then you were acting distrustful of me because I didn't ask for money to put away chairs at an event for the community. Wow. Y'all niggas is all weirdos. And let's be but to be honest, like, and this is the part where we heal, right? The UNIA was an affinity scam. And Marcus Garvey, just like King Simon, was sitting in the back counting money. The Nation of Islam was an affinity scam. And Elijah Muhammad, just like Polight, was looking at everybody's daughter and counting money. The Moorish Science Temple started, and they'll tell you, from the Canaanite temple in New Jersey. The head of that temple was a pedophile.
Right.
He was arrested with Timothy Drew, going under the name Ali Muhammad. All of it has always been some bull, because when you gather around some shit you can't really prove, and you start sharing because it sounds good, you're doing a rain dance for pedophiles.
That was deep,
so
brother.
If we want to heal, let's heal on facts. Let's stop talking about building schools and doing rituals to the ancestors and cursing each other because we mad. And let's deal with, is this man a man and a real standard? Not is this man a man that says something that triggered me and made me upset one day, but is this a man? And should I respect that man based on his actions? Should I respect this woman based on her actions, not whatever group they align themselves with to get my attention?
All right, so let's talk about
I'm trying to get to Suge.
My bad. Oh, what's up, Uncle Suge? I ain't see Uncle Suge right there. What's up, G?
Hey, what's up, panel? Queen's Throne, what's happening?
What's good? Why that little thing behind you, that ledge, remind me of Sonetta shit at first? I thought except you ain't got the little mannequins up there and all that.
Right. You can hear me good because I'm on my laptop.
I can hear you perfect.
Now we can hear you, G.
Salute, good everybody. Queen's Throne, I'm so happy you've been staying on top of this. Like, it may be somebody else, maybe Maya forever, like, since I haven't been able to, but you've been on top of it, and I'm so happy that you've been covering it for real.
Thank you, bro.
Crazy to hear them acting like they really care about victims, because I'm gonna stand on this. I'm not trying to downplay what happened to the actual victims in this case or the mom and all that, but to listen to Sonetta, the way he talked about your situation, sci-fi. Remember that title about sci-fi, a girl molester, now a woman scorned.
Yep.
Stuff like that. Even Hassan Campbell. I know a lot of people don't like him, but what happened to
he
him,
old ass nigga for that.
It wasn't right. But I seen Sonetta make fun of people's molestation and also use it to slander and defame people. So I'm not going to let them try to use this to act like people don't care about the victims and stuff in this, because we've shown that from covering this since day one. I was one of the first and only ones in that courtroom with my suit on. And it's crazy to see all them people on the Zoom call now. Garfield, he was willing to bet $100. Garfield, I took that bet, brother. I want my $100, nigga. I took that bet. You said he was going to get off. I want my $100, Garfield.
Pardon me, Suge. Garfield's still spreading misinformation about the trial that we all listened to, talking about he got extra charges that he got to come back to court for.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. No, he doesn't have extra charges.
It's remedial.
Oh, okay.
They upgraded the charges that he had to aggravated charges, like I've been saying for years, because when you have liquor involved, it becomes aggravated, and the 15-year sentence becomes a 30 years. I've been telling people that for 2 years.
Now, if he messes up, he gets 61 years.
Yep, and he will.
Sonetta's the one on YouTube.
Because I promise you, in 7 years, well, how old will I be in 7 years? 50. Oh, I can't add for shit. I'll be 51.
It'd be
right?
He'll re-offend 9 times out of 10.
51, right? I'm in 51, right? And I'm in pretty good shape, right? So in 7 years, right? And I work out like I'm in jail, right? So in 7 years, Polight's gonna come out and he's gonna encounter a light-skinned man that he's gonna end up in a fight with, and he's gonna press charges.
Okay, I can't advocate that because YouTube is how they get down. Let's go back to Uncle Suge.
Yeah, let me finish because Sonetta is the one on YouTube using the moments for his benefit when it's purposeful him. He want to hurt somebody or tear somebody's character down. And I have to emphasize that had people believed what he was saying about me, I wouldn't have the opportunities that I have now. I'm going to emphasize that because character assassination is very real. To try to use something like that to tear somebody down. None of these people on that side care about child molestation because they would have spoke up for you, Queen's Throne. They would have spoke up for Sci-Fi. They would have spoke up for me. Sonetta used his platform and other people gathered around to defame people, use child molestation to tear people's name down. If folks believe that, I wouldn't be doing the things I'm doing right now, and I'm so glad that it wasn't believed. But I'm gonna beat the drum on it because they protected the actual predators. Ain't this funny how he copped the plea just like Dr. York, his master God. They both copped pleas to child molestation. We saw Sonetta defending Dr. York on those charges.
And how people forget about the video where Polight tried to press the dude that was talking about the things that Dr. York.
Yeah, that's the video he was just talking about.
They act like that don't exist. No, and that's why I talk about putting hands on people and having celebrity boxing matches, like because it's ridiculous to me. And I'm gonna just say my little piece. I get mad, bro. I get mad because I grew up in a place where you can't just do stuff to people. You don't.
But I can't advocate everything.
I'm not saying you gotta advocate.
Hold that. Let's let Suge finish because
let me finish that.
He has some things that he has to do as well.
Not just that. It's so many other instances to show how they protected all them people. They brought that mighty Hebrew guy on there plenty of times. Tazariak and them got people. They always protecting Polight. Now, Dr. Mayat did a video today sounding like she's so outraged. I wanted to cuss this woman out. I can't believe if these people are so outraged, where was they at to speak up for you, Queen's Throne? When he's talking about a woman that was victimized, and she shared her story on his platform. Nobody was outraged. Nobody's outraged unless it's happening to them. Everybody's sitting, looking, watching now. They don't give a fuck that Sonetta tried to. You don't care about what he say. You don't hear me talking about that son that you molested. It went from me. He said my own kid. Then if somebody else's kid, nobody gave a fuck.
Facts.
Nobody cared. Nobody cared because they just watch this as entertainment, and they also don't have contracts and sponsorships at them. You see, that's why they don't care. And that's why I do. And I'm going to keep beating the drum. And ain't nobody going to try to say that he's happy that no, I'm happy that a fucking monster like Polight was taken off the streets. That's what I'm happy about. I'm going to celebrate that. I'm going to clap and jump like a motherfucker that Polight is locked up. That he can't use Sonetta, your young phenom. You can't promote him no more. You can't put him out here in front of people no more, nigga. Where is you said, you called me, nigga, what'd he say? You deserve death. He is the most wicked demon. All these things he said about me. All them lies, nigga. You ain't said none of that about Polight. Nigga, you said you was gonna interview him, but he keeps saying he need to be put in front of a firing squad. Well, Sonetta, is that gonna be after your interview? Because you said you would interview him if you had an opportunity.
And now he's trying to get the victim's mother to interview with him. That's what all that was about. He's sitting up here acting like they gave a fuck about her and her daughter. They did not. We've been the ones advocating, not that nigga.
If they talked to the mother and knew this, how was Nepal sitting there advocating for Sonetta's caping for him? I heard Zion Lex, that punk mother, man. I cannot believe these people. Zion Lex, if you knew this, you came back on the platform with Sonetta. Y'all was over there pom-pomming with this dude. This is sick, man.
I just want to say this, Shug. If, as a man, right, if one of my homies, my close friends, my associates was accused of that, right, I would cut them off. If I was accused of something that horrible, I would expect that any real man that was cool with me would cut me off until I prove my innocence.
Facts, and that's what they was trying to do, Mira. That's my point.
And
that's what they was trying to stop.
Everyone else in the community, except over there, was willing to do that, and they start what about this and what about? Well, they want to revisit Dr. York and see if Dr. York was set up and all this other nonsense, right? I can't respect that as a man. Like, I can't respect you as a man. So why would I listen to your solutions about the community? Who cares what you have to say? You're an abomination according to the Bible you keep talking about, because you are, right? You are a man. You're in the clothes, the body of a man, but you're really a woman. You're really not even that, right? I can't even identify you. Right? So this book you keep talking about doesn't even respect what you are.
Right.
So and that goes for all of them over there.
Right.
That's why Queen Throne, I will always love you, sis. Thanks for standing. Like you stayed down.
Always, bro.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Throughout this bullshit, you even tried to mediate because you knew the bullshit, what was going on. You tried to mediate a situation. Things that was going on, we still ain't even brought out and talked about to show how much this person was lying. But just thanks a lot, though, for Queen's Throne. You my sis forever, girl.
Thank you. Much love, bro. You already know. I'm
so
proud
the royal
of you.
family keep it 100.
I'm so proud of you. For sure, bro. I'm so proud of you. All right, we haven't heard from Neo yet. Let's hear from Neo.
Hey, peace, sis. Good job on them edit.
We have Ben Diesel up here, too. Is that you, Ben?
That's me. I'm here.
Okay, right after Neo, we're gonna cut to you, and then Ezekiel. Okay,
right.
Go ahead,
Peace,
Neo.
peace.
Hey, you can hear me, sis?
So mine's is like breaking up.
All right.
I don't know if y'all can hear me well. I hope y'all do.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on, it's Neo's turn.
All right, peace to the chat. Good job with them last minute edits. I was wondering what you was gonna, how you was gonna get it through, but because you seen I've been trying to play with the edits myself. But man, I'm so furious right now, like with the whole Polight situation and watching Sonetta's live, bro. Like I almost like slung the loud talk. I was like, them motherfuckers are so fake. Like Sonetta, like, bro, I was the first person over there who called you out and said you are re-victimizing that young lady when you got up there and told the audience that the semen was on the mother's clothing. You was the first one to do it. And then you told us that you was finna interview him. You came on my page and said he was finna get out in the charges were gonna get dropped in a few weeks and you was gonna interview him.
Filthy Frank.
So, but now all of a sudden you love Miss Linda, you support Miss Linda. You've been showing the whole time that you've been biased about the situation the whole time until people started having backlash and the whole Garfield shit happened. You remember, like, he felt like people was turning on him. So that's when he started, oh, fuck Polight if he's guilty, blah, 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 whatever. But before people gave you backlash, before HOK came to their senses and realized that this motherfucker had a plea agreement, because you remember that's when Chris Harris and all of them, jump ship. So until he got the backlash. Then, bro, it was so obvious that you thought Polight was innocent and you did not believe that woman and that child, and he re-victimized him. And his Wi-Fi girlfriend did the same shit too. So I just, that shit pissed me off. And then when I seen Zion Lex talking, and then when I seen Sister Noble and her fake ass Spidey senses talking about some she can tell that they're sincere and they're genuine and all that. And I was like, bitch, you can't tell when they lied on you and said that you just trying to sell pussy through the internet. Like, bro, like, your Spidey senses went kicking in then when they was liars and shit. But
even Israel doctrine over there now. Sanetta, what he do, Shug? What he do, Shug? I mean, oh my God, we exposed the shit out of that nigga on that. Hey, but Queen Throne, you and Shug.
Did the Most High give your bitch ass a stroke?
Hey, bro, let me just say this real quick and I'm gonna drop off. I just want to clear my name since, boyfriend forever got his pennies in the butch. I was streaming live on my show when I popped on Sinetta's panel. I told my audience, because all my accounts were blocked, I couldn't get my question through, and I didn't want them to skate on the question. If you knew Linda the whole time, and when she told you this happened to you, why didn't you just believe her? So I hit the link to press them, not to support them. But, Mr. Mod forever, he ain't understanding that. Like, I literally said it on my live, hey, y'all, I'm finna hit the link. It wasn't for no clout. Sinetta, I said, fuck Sinetta. Sinetta literally came to my show last night, Queen, and asked, can I do an interview? And I told him, fuck no. Like, he was still begging. So, like, everybody knew what it was. I literally told my audience live in the color that, look, I'm finna hit the link and I'm finna press him. It wasn't for no clout. It wasn't for no. So I don't even know. I didn't do what Sister Nova did. Got on there and started kissing his ass.
I wasn't able to watch all of it, but I saw what you was just talking about, and I was like, "Wow, bro."
Yeah, man. Hey, I ain't got no more sympathy. I ain't got no more sympathy. But if you seen the little part that I was at, as soon as I told Sinetta this shit is turning my stomach because of the fake outrage, that motherfucker boot me right out.
Yeah.
So I was over there. Yeah, I went over there capping. Like, he can sit up here in front and act like I was over there capping and having a conversation. I joined on that live to press him, and it happened during my live. I was on 2 different devices, and I told my audience, hold on, I'm finna press his ass. Because I ain't finna let them get away with all this fake shit and this fake love. So I wanted somebody to challenge him on his panel because I knew nobody else was going to.
Real quick. So look, pay attention to this. Sister Noble's back over there with Sa, right? Look how many videos I did defending Sister Noble, right? Think about that, y'all. I'm defending her against what Sanetta did to her. These motherfuckers don't defend Suge, and they run right back over there with the devil.
I feel you, bro. I feel you.
I'm starting to think she did try to holler at that man for real, and she got mad because he told it, and so then she started hollering, "Oh, they lying, because it ain't no fucking way." I'm starting to think she was trying to holler at Sanetta.
But do y'all hear how these niggas over there right now talking with all type of compassion, like they the mother, the daughter, this poor girl. Now, Paul, that fucking bitch, man, I hate this bitch. I hate this fucking bitch, man. Can y'all listen to this shit, man? Now, when nobody doing this shit like Suge, Queen Throne, and I'm sure some other people out there. But like I was saying earlier in the call, we still got other victims out there. Renente. You know what I'm saying? We got.
Yeah, I said that on my channel too. Yeah. I said the same thing.
We got you, Sarnetta, saying calling this nigga Dr. fucking York long goddamn time ago.
Shit, we still got Nikki out there. We still got Nikki out there. Sarnetta ain't off the hook. We still got Nikki.
Sarnetta still ain't released the audio.
But hold on, we got Renente on video hugged up with conscious community niggas around this shit. Okay, right fucking now. Okay, and all these like uncles over there right now. Uncle over there right now saying, "Oh, he drugged her. He drugged her. What the fuck, nigga? We've been saying this shit for 2 years, nigga. The case been out there for 2 years.
Yeah, fuck that. What about our conversation on the phone with me, you, and Unc?
Man,
wake call about the whole charges. We was reading the cases about the I said the stain was on the scar. We was in Unc ass on the phone.
But it'll be hard to bring that. It'll be hard to discuss that now because people won't believe us that we was on the phone talking. It won't make no sense to even bring that up.
I think we're also forgetting this, right? Let's not forget who was floating Polight and funding his operation, especially while he was in court. Who paid the lawyer? What about the money team?
Nigga, Sonetta called that nigga.
That's where I'm going next. That's where I'm going next.
What about Money Mayweather? And what about Money Mayweather and all the strange things with little girls that go on with him? What about his daughter and her relationship and her behavior? Where does that come from?
I didn't know about that part about Mayweather, but I definitely thought that there's something involved with the shit. Like,
what about that girl being supposedly brought to an after party on Mayweather's birthday weekend?
Yes.
What about most of the time he's partying?
Well, he was supposed to bring the child there. Right. He was supposed to bring the child there.
That's
but
what
he
I'm
didn't
saying.
make
Like,
it. Right.
It's bigger than the conscious community at this point.
Right.
Busta Rhymes was over there nut hugging this man.
Yep, we showed that.
King, you a king, God. On, like. Let's cancel all the rappers who sat down taking pictures with this man.
Since the charges.
Let's talk about King Los.
With the DNA on the goddamn girl blouse. Oh my God.
Well, you know, as a man, if you're a real man in this panel right now,
let's hear from Ben. Let's hear from Ben. Hold on.
Let me say this. Let me say this because they say never, right? I'm a real man. I'm gonna put myself out there. I'm gonna speak for myself. There's some things that I would never be caught doing because I'm not doing it. And that's underage sex. So to put yourself in that position, in that predicament, and you on the internet every day screaming, I'm too smart to be broke. I'm too smart to be this. A brother told me earlier, yo, you know, that brother Polight had a hustle mind. I said, no, he didn't have a hustle mind. He had a devil mind. Everything he did was in the spirit of the devil. It was nothing godlike. The devil came across and fooled people with scriptures as well before he sunk them in.
No, you on it on that, G.
So this is devilishness. Sonetta is a devil. And he put him in the forefront. Listen, anytime you see a man parade his quote unquote wife around scantily dressed like a prostitute, that was all the red flags the quote unquote conscious community needed. But they still paraded him around.
Hey, that's
the leadership of Sonetta.
Yeah, that's Ben Diesel.
What's up, bro? Sorry.
Peace, yo.
Y'all hold it down.
This is a day for the good guy.
Step away for a second. Y'all hold it down. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a day for the good guy because for too long, those of us that have been taught.
Pardon yourself, God. I saw Polight on stage, and he brought his wives on stage and said, "Look, these is my conscious video hoes," while he was showing off their asses and all that. Pardon my language.
Disgusting. And the conscious community went to not one, not two, not three, but every goddamn event they put on, knowing that this buffoon is parading this nonsense out here under the name of consciousness. So now that he's caught, now that he's going to prison, I hope and pray that he gets the hellish treatment that I know is coming for him. It's coming for him. Because that testimony today, and I like you said earlier, brother, I work out like I'm in prison. I still get out the bed and do 500. And that testimony made me cry today. Because we have males, not men. Because like you said earlier, black man, men operate on responsibility. Men operate on discipline. Men operate on principle. And one of those principles is protecting our children at all costs. So when we get betrayed and violated by Filthy Frank, and I'm putting Filthy Frank at the head of it because he was the one who brought him to the conscious community. He was the one, it's like, remember Donnie Brasco? Who brought Donnie Brasco to the mob?
Hey, brother, he even named him too. Don't forget, he the young phenom. He even gave him the name of young phenom.
Remember that. So he knew all about it. And as they say, birds of a feather flock together because Sarnetta had Nikki. And Sarnetta's older than all of us. Polight and I, that is. Or Michael NOAK and I. He's older than both of us. So he was already groomed and well in tune with that lifestyle. When he saw with Michael NOAK, it was right in line, So this is a day for the good guy because for too long, since Michael NOAK got his little prominence, he changed the narrative. I'm too smart to be broke. Look at all these smart niggas in the conscious community and they broke. And as if we're not billionaires because we don't want to be billionaires. We know the circumstances. We know the economic slavery. We know the oppression and everything else we battling up against. But he's going to make it now that he took the deal with the devil just to flaunt some dollars and some rent a cars. He's going to make it look like, oh, we're insignificant. We're not talking. All this knowledge we have is useless because we have no money, according to Michael NOAK.
Yeah, but that never made me feel bad, cause brother, I know you was stealing it from your people.
Yeah, but no, it's not a question of feeling bad for us because we are the knowers.
Let me tell you what made me feel bad.
He ain't never had no money for real. He was floating money.
Yeah, true, but hold up, bro. Let me tell you the only part that made me. It wasn't the point that he was saying that we were broke. The part that made me feel bad when you read the comments and you start seeing sisters in the comments. More brothers need to be like this.
Yes, that's what I was getting to. That's where I was going.
That's the part that got.
I was getting it.
Damn, this nigga's a fucking scammer. Y'all see this shit?
Yes.
This nigga ain't working with his motherfucking hands, doing nothing. What them goddamn books at?
Exactly.
To sit up here and say he did this, he got this, and he ain't got to show no goddamn receipts on nothing. And everybody just swallow that shit, hook, line, and sinker. So, hey, man.
This is a day for the good guy.
With that of why he was presenting himself with two wives, right?
Break it down.
He was presenting himself with these two women. So it communicates to women that he's attractive to women. So women are attracted to him because he has these women around him. Right.
And he can groom their kids.
And then the men now see all these women gravitating towards him and they begin to mimic the behavior. And this is where it becomes dangerous. Right. So then we had, because once Polight started doing that, and I watched it, I was right there. Right. Watching this. Polight got on Blog Talk. He was on Sister Abundant Child's Blog Talk show back in 2009, 2008.
Right, I remember that.
And he was babbling about brothers wearing dashikis. Oh, we wearing dashikis and they look stupid. And then you meet him, he's got a dashiki on. But then what you started seeing was, then brothers started shifting out of the Afrocentric garbs. They started trying to find other things. They started, you know what I'm saying? It all started shifting, and then you start seeing the mentality of the people shifting, and then people start coming up with all this, with all these other series about where we came from that I don't want to get into right now. But all of that stuff comes from people coming in the community and saying who you really are isn't good enough. And here's the reason why. White people are treating you like this because of this, right? And then most of us have this subconscious hang up over our identity in this country, right? So when you have someone coming to you saying that you can escape this core issue that many Black people have, right, by surrounding yourself with these things, right? It's the same thing that what's the dude from back in the day, the preacher, what's his name? I can't remember his name now. Now the poverty, well, I'm talking about from back in the 60s, the 50s. Father Divine and
Father
like
Divine,
that.
yeah.
Right. And you have these people telling you that the problem is your mentality and you're not thinking rich enough and things like that. Now, while this dude is while you're funding his lifestyle of luxury and you're cutting your family off because they don't have the right mindset, right? This is what many of us have done this. I know I did this for many years until I woke up and said, your family's who you have. This community shifts and changes and follows different things, but your family is who you have. And if we really have a community, it's something that we can bring our families to. Not just our children, but our aunties and our uncles. And none of them will come and say, oh, well, this don't make no sense, right? The reason why our family was saying that was because this shit ain't make no sense. It didn't make no sense. We're running around here. Like, think about the things that have been spread in this community about our identity, what we need to do, that are not backed up by any facts. Just a bunch of lectures with niggas showing you pictures and deflecting from what they're saying. Right?
Let's let Ben finish too.
Is Ben back upon himself?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Let him go ahead, finish.
Okay.
Speak your mind. I'm with him.
Oh, and I'm just saying, like, we at this point where we have to get to a place where we're dealing with real things. And if we deal with real things, then we have a real community. If we deal with Negro fantasy and cosplay, then we have a breeding ground of predators. Because you're communicating to anybody with a little bit of sense. It was a bunch of stupid people that'll believe anything right here. And I've heard these niggas say things like this. I've heard Polight say things like this in the beginning.
Well, I'll tell you a story. When I was on 125th Street, a dude came up to me, asked me why I wasn't selling no Polight, because I said he's a fraud. So Polight was up the block. This brother was with his wife, and he went up the block to get Polight to bring him back to my table to confront me. So when they come back, yeah, this the brother right here. And why you saying they're a fraud for following me? Is what he asked me. So I said, this man just told me he gave you some money. And I asked the dude, his name was Mac. I said, Mac, what's his real name? So what's his real name, Mac? You told me you just sent him $5,000. What's his real name? Mac couldn't tell me his real name. And his wife was standing right next to him. You should see the look on her face. She was looking like, damn, you really are stupid. Like you just sent him $5,000. You don't even know his real name. And that was the day when he was like, my real name is Michael NOAK, But I say that to say we got some shallow men amongst us, shallow males. I can't even call them men. You know what I mean? These are males. They're not fully developed yet. They look like men. But when you see that type of gullible, naive Negro, like there was a guy on Sarnetta's channel earlier talking about, I don't care what the court say, Sar. If you say he guilty, then he guilty. So long as we got those type of people amongst us, we gonna have this type of buffoonery.
It's a goddamn shame.
He did that and then sent him a fucking donation.
Wow.
Damn, boy, what a mind fucking boy. I tell
And
you.
we gotta be real careful because what the future is bringing, right? Like we got this thing called the blockchain, right? And they want to bring the blockchain technology into politics, whereas you can give your vote on issues away to people. So when you have a community of men, especially, who are willing to give their power away to another man because of some shit that he said, that's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous trend. Even the stuff with Kevin Samuels, right? We have too many men looking for fathers in their 30s and 40s. Because the men on House of Consciousness, they my age and older.
Queen's Throne.
Right. What's up, bro?
Was that Polight's new mugshot that was just on the screen?
Yeah, I was trying to find. I
Holy
haven't even
shit.
been able to. Yeah, it's right there though.
Oh, blow that up. Blow
Blow
that
that
up.
motherfucker up.
I can't. I can't.
Blow.
I need somebody. Hold on, let me try
But
to
that
see
nigga
this
sick.
Yeah, he's sick,
Got that
man. Yeah, he's
motherfucker
sick.
quick.
Yo,
That
the
nigga sick
sickest
right
part,
now,
the
boy.
sickest part though, man, was that in the victim's statement, in the mother's statement, and what brought me to tears was, we have to protect our women and children. And when she said that it was that one time she let her go, man, and that's all it takes is one time. One time. She thinking it's gonna be an innocent. You run her downstairs to the store, and you went and hatched your plan, man. So when I say sick devil, and you got a nigga like Sarnetta sitting up there talking about, I'm not saying nothing until the case is over, and evidence already came out that he had sperm on her.
There's a level of depravity.
Oh no. And remember, they was in conversation with the lady. Remember, they were friends with Linda the whole time.
Right.
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah. Don't
Yes.
forget that lie that they tried.
That shit pissing me off. I'm up here listening to the Paul talking about, oh yeah, cause we was in contact with them. Bitch, no the fuck you weren't. Y'all was
Exactly.
running from this shit this whole damn time.
I'm not saying nothing until the facts come out. I'm not saying nothing until the facts come out.
And but at the same
I think
time,
the mother is smarter than messing with them.
Linda. Get the fuck out of here.
I think the mother is smarter than messing with them, because I remember Zion Lex was supposed to be interviewing his sister. You know what I'm saying? And that never happened. You know what I'm saying? So
but you know what?
She's smart enough to stay away from them and like, listen, a blind man can see how slimy they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Hey, I can see Polight. I can see Polight try to send Sarnetta at her to try to befriend her to get her on that assessment shit before the case and all. I can see that, but you're right. I don't think she was. I mean, that lady went for boy. That nigga there, boy. That nigga.
Yeah, yo, listen, man. MDSO when he comes home, yo. Mentally disturbed sexual offender.
Right.
Eugene going to jail.
Right. He went
mentally disturbed sex offender, man. MDSO.
Y'all know his middle name is Eugene. I just found that out.
Now he could get some cornrows and braid his hair now. Why he ain't
That's
down.
my middle name too, NeoX. Ain't that a
Oh man.
That's
damn. I was trying to be shady. I'm gonna take it back.
It is.
I take it back. Shit. I save it. I save
man. Oh man.
What year you was born in? 83 too?
75, baby. 75.
Oh, 75.
Oh, you older than me, man. Listen, man. I'm not liking the fact that all these niggas that's older than me got a lot less gray hair than me. I don't like it, and I'm not using Beijing. That's all I got to say.
The
key is the foggiest picture, but I had to zoom in. So we gonna get a new one. I was on the hunt for it right now. I need somebody to send it to me.
Yeah, he had the nerve to put out. He had the nerve to put out a rap video.
Yes, man.
That garbage ass rap,
we
bro.
played it, and then he put out another one. The night before last, and it's talking about how he's finna celebrate and all that. Yeah, you celebrating all right?
Did y'all see the Instagram one when they was holding that sign saying drop the charges?
No, it said the charges are dropped.
Yeah, he said the charges are dropped.
Yeah,
I didn't watch the whole thing.
Yo,
yeah.
You know what I saw when I saw that?
But they turned the comments off though.
It's the same kind of thing that the NOAK do. Like every year they get together and they have a ritual talking about Dr. York's gonna be set free, despite the fact that he's exhausted all of his appeals and he ain't never getting out. They got a picture of York in the background. They doing little booty dances to York. You know what I'm saying? That's the same kind of energy I saw when they just try to do a ritual that your magic is made up, homie. Like there is no Anunnaki. That's a made up word. Like none of your little rituals are real. They're only real to you and the stupid niggas that follow you.
Yeah.
That's why you out there with that brown bag and that court sandwich right now. I bet you eating cheese right now, nigga.
Man, that nigga, boy. Woo.
I bet your stomach balled up because you tried to eat the bread with no cheese.
And he vegan. Good luck with that. They finna fuck his stomach up.
The first thing they're gonna ask
You know
him,
they
the
got a
first
certain
thing.
diet for them type of niggas though. They gonna give them
No. This is the
things,
first
yeah.
night. It's too late to get common fare.
Ain't he ain't he
would've
still
just
vegan
been
or some
there when
shit?
he was supposed to,
Yup,
and then
yo.
did 2 years in county. He would have signed up for common fare and all that. Now you're not common fare. You just getting the bag they brought, and I guarantee you, them country niggas brought pork sandwiches. They brought ham sandwiches.
Ain't
You know
shit
what I'm saying?
organic on that commissary sheet.
Yeah, you can't have pork on the
Nothing.
commissary, but they will give you a ham sandwich and coke.
I don't think he was really vegan though. I think he was trying to portray that, but yeah.
Yo, it's a lot of online vegans.
Cause it wasn't working. Cause that nigga aging like a raisin, bro, like a raisin in the
Girl,
sun.
for him to
Yo,
be
listen,
40,
Stressed out.
he
He's
sure do
stressed out.
look elderly.
for
Yeah,
all
that
the
I was like, he
ever
looked
met
too
Polight,
damn. That nigga literally looked like he hitting 60, bro. And he like 30, what, 30,
Yeah,
40?
nah,
He
he's
got to be like
stressed.
all the
He's
niggas
stressed.
39 or
that
something.
ever met
And
Polight
guess
in
what?
person.
And guess what? He got more to go. He got more to go. He got 7 more. He gonna have 7 years of hell.
And
Ain't
then
nothing
let's not
easy
forget,
about prison. Ain't
let's not
nothing easy
forget,
about prison.
let's not forget the probation where he will be basically a registered sex offender. He just won't be on the site.
Right.
Right.
So
He'll have
he
to
got to
function
make it
like
through
one.
that. And they finna fuck with him. They gon'
Yo, let me.
require him to do all type of shit. And he finna get a job.
Hey
He
Queen,
finna
I
get
don't.
a
Hey
job when he
Queen,
get
I don't
out.
think he. I don't think he gonna make it out.
I
You
don't
think
think
so?
so neither.
Yeah, I don't think he gonna make it out.
What you
I
mean?
don't think he's gonna make it to this time
Meaning
next
once
year.
I worked on
Niggas finna
Rikers
kill.
Island for 2 years. I worked on Rikers Island for 2 years, from
Mm-hmm.
2021 to 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in the housing facilities. And I went through all 5 facilities for the men. Everybody that was in there for a sex charge was cowered up in the corner. And when you come into a new facility, and this is just jail. This is just jail. They still ask you, what you in for? What you in for?
Yep.
Oh, I ain't get my paperwork. My paperwork got lost. And
It's
those are the
on your
guys that was in there for the sex crimes. So
Right.
they
If
gonna
he
ask
go,
you,
if he
what
going to
you in
prison
for?
in Miami, if they send him like somewhere in Miami, he gonna be around a bunch of Spanish motherfuckers, honestly. So they probably ain't gonna be able to understand each other.
What? No, hell, that nigga
Yeah,
going to
there's a
prison
whole
in
bunch of
Miami.
What I'm
melanated
hearing,
people in there.
Oh yeah.
You think, y'all
do
think
sex
so?
I
offenders.
don't know.
Yeah,
There's
we
a lot
think
of
so. We
niggas
know
in
so.
Miami prisons.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, we
they,
know so.
I'm just being funny. I just know that
Nah, I got
Miami
you,
got
man.
most of
Hey,
Hispanics.
hey, but you know what
they
though? They
come
some
over
fucked up
here like
prisons because
a
they
week
got
ago.
documentaries of them goddamn prisons in Miami.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
No,
Miami
listen,
Dade.
they
Shit,
just took
Miami
one of them
Dade is
people out of
gonna
here.
do him dirty. And you
And
know
you
what?
know
He
this is
deserves
far from
everything he got
over,
coming
so
to
we
him.
gon'
Unless
be up in
he gonna
everything.
pay the Pyrus to protect him. Remember he said he down with Pyru. So
Yeah,
because
that's all
if
fake.
one of those
That's all
Zoes
cap.
find out what he end up
Nah, he
Yo,
cool with the Crips.
And
yo,
check this
oh
out.
shit. You know what I just
hey, yo,
realized something.
paying for protection don't
Y'all
really work.
remember when they said the Zoes was looking
Hold
for
on, one at a
Polight?
time. Yeah.
Whoa, I just realized that shit. Was he
It's
going
about
to
to
jail in
go
Florida?
down.
Hey, yo, paying for protection in jail isn't really a real thing.
Well, my daddy told me that, and he been in prison like
I mean, I've
50
been in
other
prison
times.
too.
It's a
I
real
mean,
thing.
That's why
It's
I ain't
definitely
never been to
real.
prison. I've been to
I'm just
jail,
saying
but I ain't never go
logically,
to prison.
you gotta trust the criminal. You gotta trust the criminal's word.
Right.
So you
Well,
give
I
that
don't know.
criminal money and somebody want to take them, and they like, listen, if somebody want to take them out of here,
I'm telling y'all, I just thought
Thank
about that
you.
shit. Y'all remember when they were saying the Zoes
Hold
was
on,
looking for
y'all.
Polight?
Hold on,
Hold on,
one
wait.
mic.
Thank you, Kenya, for coming up. I appreciate you.
No, that was me.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Kenya.
Yeah.
Thank you, Suge. I'm so proud of you, and thank you for coming
baby.
up and giving your insight.
Thank you so much. Salute to the panel in the chat, man. Peace, everybody.
All right.
My nigga.
Yo, Shug, we
Hey,
gonna
peace,
build.
Shug.
Shug. We gonna build. This is the first of many more.
Yes, Ben. Yes, for sure, bro. Peace, NeoX.
Hey,
Salute,
peace,
bro.
brother. Peace. But nah, I'm for
Okay,
real.
my
I
bad,
just
Kenya.
thought about that, Queen. I said, wait a minute. Then they say somebody was saying the Zoe said Polight owed them some money, and then I said, damn, he going to jail somewhere around Miami, Duval. I said, dang, they might be in there shaking a chicken foot on his ass.
Oh
Girl.
yeah, they are.
He might finna get touched a few
Oh, ain't no
times.
phone. Listen. He's going to prison. He's going to prison. Listen, the
Not
worst
jail.
thing you could go to jail to prison for is a rape charge, yo.
That's true. That's what my
That's the
daddy
worst thing you
said.
can go
My
to
daddy
prison,
said they be fucking them up in the.
especially against a child.
And if he goes to, like, you know, closed custody or whatever, right? The other name is escaping me right now. He will have to
Protective
be
custody.
around, protective custody. He will, we call it closed up here sometimes, but he will be around other people like him and people of, you know, other lifestyles and
Other sex offenders.
yeah, well, no, other lifestyles like, you know, the LGBT, like the
Oh yeah,
trans, they gotta
I
put
just
them
gonna say
there.
he could start identifying as a woman.
Right. And we
I
know
mean-
that he's already been out in New York with trans individuals. I don't know what is going on with
I
my
mean,
camera.
Yeah, your camera was backing up. But if he started identifying as a woman and take them hormones, they might move him over.
Well, I'm not being
Nah,
funny
he can
when I say
in a
request it.
block of S offenders.
Hold on.
If you're in a block of S offenders, you might end up being the victim because
Right.
all of them are, you know, the R worders. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you know, then it becomes a hierarchy of R worders.
Right.
Right.
But I'm gonna say this, and I'm not being funny saying this, but throughout his tenure in the conscious community, people have always been saying Polight is intelligent. Polight is intelligent. Well, the military definition of intelligence is having the ability to adjust and adapt to any given situation at any given time. So by him going to prison, he is going to be intelligent enough to adjust and adapt to them situations to where when he gets punked, he's going to adjust and adapt to being the punk. Guaranteed. He's not no fighter. You got dudes that's going to be sitting up in there that's did 30 years already.
Right.
Hey, is you and Polight from the same place? Because you kind of sound like him a little bit.
I'm from New York. I'm from New York City.
Oh,
Harlem,
okay.
New
I
York.
was like,
We're
dang, your
not from the
speech
same
pattern
place. We
sound
from the
just
same
like
city.
him.
Yeah, we from the same city. But see, it's guys like Polight that make it.
Okay, I
Well,
was like,
that's
dang, y'all
Ben
sound
that
alike.
that's Ben that exposed Sonetta for the
Oh, the Ben Diesel dude. Okay, I
Yeah.
can't see his avatar. It's showing up as a just a empty picture.
Yeah, but it's that type of atmosphere that he's going to go into, and we've all known guys that were the toughest guys in the world, and they got sentenced to prison, and you heard the stories, you know. So
I see the dude get his eye knocked out. I'm wishing that on Polight.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to be careful though, because you know, I wish we
YouTube
could
knows my
speak
heart. They know
freely.
my channel and they know my heart. So when
That ain't got nothing to do with my channel. They
when
will
I say
strike me
wild,
down.
they're gonna
I don't wish.
They
I
will
don't
say
wish
I'm
no death on.
advocating violence.
I don't wish no death on him, but I hope somebody tickle his booty hole.
Listen, he gonna get. He ain't gonna come out of that joint unscathed.
Show him how to feel to do something against your will.
He's not coming out of that place with no war stories about what he did. I guarantee you that. Guarantee. I put my head on a chopping block. He ain't coming out of there talking nothing tough and fancy.
I just want him to. I just want him to see how it feel to have somebody force, shove something in your mouth until they bust your lip. I just wanted him to, get a little bit tasty, get a little
he will.
taste of that same medicine to see how that little girl must have felt
his
when
karma
somebody
is
shoving some shit in his mouth and bust her lip,
Man,
bust
his
his
karma
lip.
is coming. His karma is
His
coming.
karma is definitely coming.
might
You know, I
It's
wish
just
we
getting
could
started.
speak freely on
If
here.
you're
Yeah.
listening, if
But
I
they be
were you, I would avoid the shower for at least a month.
Right.
Just don't even go near the shower for a month. You know what I'm saying? Wash up in the sink, my G. Wash up in the sink.
Yeah, and you got people in the house of clowns, the apartment of clowns, who will watch this and say, "Oh, look, they up there just hating." And that's just hate. No, this is not hate.
That's
this
advice.
Is, right, and this is truth talking, and the truth hurts.
Hey, would it be funny if Polight get out 7 years from now, he converted to the Israelite faith? Wouldn't that shit be like? Because when men go to prison, like, because my dad always go Muslim. Every time he go when he out, he ain't Muslim. When he in, he Muslim.
You know what? The way the trend is going,
straight
the Hebrew
Jehovah
Israelites is the fastest growing cult amongst the black
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Would that be funny if he come back that motherfucker whole Israelite?
the likelihood is, yeah, like if there's a lot of
Scamming.
Israelites in Florida,
He
and
gonna
there
need a new
is because you
scam.
have the Yahweh ben Yahwehs, they in Florida, so you know he may end up becoming a Hebrew. You may be right on that.
Now
He gonna
definitely
need a community that's gonna accept him no matter what. So he probably gonna, you know, the Israelites. He could say that the Most High forgave him, so they gotta forgive him.
He ain't did that too bad for the Israelites though, cause they believe in that type of shit.
Oh yeah, you do. Oh yeah,
So,
you're
you know,
right. It does say grab a
they'll forgive that nigga quick. You know
yeah,
what I'm
because you
saying?
know it
He'll
say he can
convert
just
on
grab a
over and
woman and
talk on
humble
the
her.
brothers.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, that thing, you know, Tazariak and I'm sending that nigga donations and shit, you know.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with the Bible is the back spinning that people can use the Bible with to do stupid things. That's my biggest problem. But yeah, I could definitely see Polight looking like Shine at the end of 7 years.
Hey, don't do Shine. We like Shine in Florida. We like Shine. Don't do Shine like that.
Hold on, I'm lost. What's Shine?
The rapper.
Shine? Phone game. You don't know Shine?
Yeah, the rapper. The one who signed the Bad Boys.
Now?
Oh, I don't.
Nah, this is years ago.
No,
You
this
late.
years
You late to
ago.
the party, baby. You late to the party.
Yeah, I'm gone.
Yeah. He was the one who did the shooting at the club for P. Diddy when he was with J Lo and ended up catching 10 years. Went to jail, came out a Jew.
Yeah, he's not even a Hebrew Israelite. He's a black Jew, right?
Right.
He's like a black Hasidic Jew.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of like young Pharaoh with the
That prison to do that to you, man. That prison to shake your faith.
Yeah, he lost his opportunity. He was at the top. He was right at the top. He was about to blow up, be the next big thing, and then threw it all away.
Prison is going to do one or two things. It's going to make you better, or it's going to scar you.
Yes.
And in most cases, it's going to scar you, and in some cases, even when it makes you better, it scars you.
Yeah. It's just no escaping the inevitabilities of what you're going to encounter in there. You're not going through 7 years of prison unscathed. You're not going through 7 years of prison without somebody coming to you saying, yo, what you went for? Where your paperwork? That's not happening. He's going to be tested and tried throughout that whole thing.
And the mental thing really is the probation for 10 years. Like I only did like 5 on probation, and that was hard.
Yeah, probation is hard to do because when I was on probation, I violated like 3 times. So, and it was on some petty technicality. Like one time they violated me because I didn't switch my address in time. I moved to a new apartment and I didn't report it in time. I was going to report it the next time I went to go check in, but I didn't do it fast enough. And the motherfuckers violated me for that. So I thought the judge said he get any violation with them 10 years that they could send him back to jail up to 60 years. Did I hear that right?
61.
Yeah, 61 years. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was like, dang. I don't even see why he would take a 10-year probation with something that strict.
He can't mess up at all. And then at the end of the day, let's say he messes up like a couple of days after he gets off of probation and he served his time and shit. He's still gonna have a way higher point system.
Oh yeah,
right? That PSI pre-sentencing, which they waived, and he gonna get slammed.
Well, let me say something to Neo X real quick, because you said you don't know why he would agree to that. Let me tell you why he agreed to that. After watching the sentencing today, after the judge read off all of those charges, right? And he told him you had the option to go to trial. Now, had he went to trial and blew trial, he would have been facing 30 plus years.
He's facing 61.
61
no,
to be exact.
I would say I ain't see why he would take a 10-year probation.
I'm telling you why. That was part of the deal. I would take
better than going to jail.
Like I understood. Yeah, I was just saying because people who've been in, I just know personally, and then from people around me, probation is hard to do.
Have to take it.
It sounds like
really
to me
have experience being on probation to know that it's better just to do the time.
Yeah,
right.
that's
okay,
what
I got what you're saying. I got what
the
y'all
dude
saying.
in the blue, he understood
also,
why I said that.
Right.
Because it's hard.
I got you.
Hold on. I also think he took some type of downward departure because for him to have 61 years over his head in a situation like that, don't hold me to it, but that's what it sounds like. And You know, I'm just saying, because a lot of people were like, he's getting 7 years, but he has 61 years over his head. That doesn't sound right. There are things like downward departures where you would take a fraction of what they would have given you, right? The 61 years, you take that fraction and then you serve that time, and then you still have the time over your head.
Now, don't quote me on this, but what I think, based upon what I'm hearing, right, is that more than likely the first deal based on the original charges would have probably been something like 7 with 15 over, right? But in Florida, the mother would have had to agree to that. That's why they kept on talking about the family, you know, saw it and all this other stuff, right? So more than likely, the charges became aggravated, and then that's, you know, in order for the deal to go through, it had to be the aggravated charges,
right?
And because Polight is thinking, I just don't want to be labeled as this, because he's a narcissist, so he's thinking about in 7 years coming out and being the old phenom,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So he's like, I can be out in the world. Like, listen, it's the same pathology that I was thinking when I, you know what I'm saying, when I took the time I took, right? And not realizing that probation is harder than jail.
It really is. That's what I was saying. I don't know who in the chat said no, it ain't. You literally can get validated for if you get pulled over and get a ticket, and if the cop said you was getting spicy with him, you could get validated for that, bro. For a traffic ticket.
I normally cover parole hearings, normally out of Louisiana and shit like that. You know, there's a lot of predators, regardless, in the prison system that come forward. So we cover a lot of that. And I don't think that he probably will get paroled the first time, and B, he's gonna have an easy ride, because any little thing can violate,
right?
And it would be a problem. You know what I'm saying? So.
And then you never somebody, and then you know somebody might try to provoke him into a fight if he get into it with his baby mama. If they call that,
people are probably gonna see him on the street after
if
this.
you have an impulse
and
control
remember
problem,
that
you're gonna fail at probation.
Right.
You cannot control your impulses, it's a wrap. And he's in jail because he can't control his impulses.
Well, you know, it's crazy you say that, because this is a victory day, believe it or not, for the truly good Black people out here that really want to see us redeemed in this country. And I was just doing a little research, you know, just looking at all of his follies throughout his tenure, and the video where he was arguing with Kazariak when he told him to cross the fucking line. But the catalyst to that was the little white Hebrew Israelite told him, your daddy's a molester. And he knew he was talking, Polight knew he was talking about Malachi York, and he flew into that fake rage. You call my father a molester? What? You call my father?
No,
you know?
He called my real father a molester. No,
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. My real father's dead. But you came out in 2009 telling all of the whole community that Dr. York was your real father, and you were going to run with that until his real children came out and said, no, you're not.
Right.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we're dealing with.
Like, I was there. Like it wasn't just something I saw online. Like, I was in the room with his children, and they're like, "Yo, this nigga."
Hey, hold up, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, hold up, bro. Were you the one saying that you was at the
yes,
the conference where his wife was claiming that they had because he made him stood. I wasn't there, but I remember the video. It was the old video. I can't find it, but you were talking about how he got the cure for cancer and shit, cancer and AIDS.
Yes, he said that it was actually the same event. There was a concert after, but he said that his wives came up. It was Scamunet, and it was NOAK.
They had afros too, didn't they?
I don't remember their hairstyles. I just remember they all. I remember what stood out to me was they all had on African garbs after Polight was down talking African garbs. So I remember that. So, but but they all talked about how they have fibroids, and then they met Dr. Sebi. Now at the time they didn't even know Dr. Sebi.
Yeah.
You know, and then they started peddling the products, and they had black rice, and they were selling people black rice, and you know, all this other kind of stuff, right? And then you talk to them and you realize that they don't really know what they're talking about. They're just regurgitating lectures. And if you're doing the same thing, because I was too, I was listening to these lectures because before the YouTube, you used to have to buy the lectures for like $20 to $50. And they would be these 6-hour lectures with Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, and all this other stuff. And people would sit down there and you listen to this stuff, you fall asleep on it, and you absorb it. You know what I'm saying? You wake up, it be playing on the DVD player because it just keep going and going.
I remember that shit. Yes, sir. I know that. Yep.
You know, but then you start hearing certain things, and you're like, oh, you're doing the same thing everybody else doing. So that was the first sign to me, right, that there's something off with this dude. And then I watched as he decided he spun away from health after people started getting sick and criticizing Dr. Sebi and getting away from all the health products. Plus, people are gonna catch you with McDonald's sooner or later. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So then he decided to become a sovereign along with Ali Muhammad. Now Ali Muhammad is trying to make a comeback, right? And I just want to say this. Ali Muhammad in 2010, because my daughter, 2010, he had something called the Aboriginal Conference in Philadelphia, and he live streamed this conference. In this conference, the people who were present at this conference will tell you that Africa Bambaataa was present at this conference, and there was a whole lot of zesty stuff going on in the hotel. And then at the conference, Ali Muhammad admits to having been going to the embassies in DC and conferring with some foreign agencies that turned out to be, you know, the CIA or some type of spy agency from some other country, right? So the information that he was spreading and getting people to get on to get on board with, including what he's doing now, came from advice that he was getting from some fucking spy. You know what I'm saying? That's one, right? Two, he claims to have a genetic research lab. Now, if this genetic research lab, now I was a member of his law masters. If now I'm not presently, I haven't been involved with him for many years, right? But if his genetic lab is anything like the genealogy testing that he was doing for people, then it's a complete fraud. What he was doing was, if your name was Jones, he would randomly find someone on the Dawes rolls named Jones and say, that's your people. And then proceed to write up a bunch of nonsensical paperwork based upon that genealogy, claiming that you were Aboriginal.
Wow.
If his genetic lab is anything like that, which I'm sure it is, because genetic laboratories cost millions of dollars, and it costs thousands of dollars to get real, you know, to get the kind of testing that he's claiming to have, it's a complete fraud. So please stay away from Ali Muhammad. If not for Ali Muhammad, Polight would have died in the water with his health scanning. So Ali Muhammad, you know, there's many allegations, and I'm not going to get into about him and women, at least it's women. Please stay away from these people.
Anybody on HOK, you should be staying away from.
I need everyone to understand this. If you see this now or later, right? If you were following Polight or any of the other, Rashad, Jamal, any of the other guys, and now you're looking for someone else, a new daddy, listen, if you didn't get the wisdom from the man that you came from, then you need to go to school, a library. You need to, you know what I'm saying? You need to watch inspirational videos or whatever, what have you, right? But you're not going to get what you need from following another man. And if you become a man, you're not even gonna get what you need from the man that you came from if you didn't get it yet. You're gonna have to do it yourself.
Figure it out.
None of these men are gonna help you. They're not gonna get you anywhere but farther from where you need to go.
Damn. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Real. All right. Well, I'm finna say good night, panel. I just wanted to finish with him wrap it up, see what he was saying. Nice meeting you, Jada. Peace, Queen Throne, and everybody else to the chat.
Neo X, you already know.
It's cool.
Wait, this not the first time me and you talk? We're not talking to you.
Very disrespectful.
On what panel? Well, you ain't Jada. You ain't the dude that cursed me out on Triple C, is you?
Yes, I am.
Dang.
Hold up before y'all get into that. Hey, I'm gonna holler at y'all. I'm gonna holler at you, Queen Throne, all right?
No, bro, you ain't the same. Cause the other dude had a weaker voice. You ain't the same. You playing?
Why would I?
Hold on, Neo. Shout out to Kenya. I forgot that I was on mute. Shout out to Kenya the Craft and Uncle Shug. All right, I'll let y'all have it out.
There ain't nothing to have out. I mean, boy went from 0 to 60 for nothing. But if it's him, I mean, I ain't got nothing else to say. But I ain't realized that was him. He sound very sane today. So
well, I'm glad that y'all are getting along today because we really
I didn't know it was him, but it's all good. I'm still gonna say goodnight. I'm actually too tired to even try it. I mean, I've been fighting men all day.
Thank you for coming up, Neo. I appreciate you.
I mean, them defending Polight is sick, bro. I've been dealing with that shit all day and deleting comments. But anyway, Jay, we started off shaky, but if you want to call it truth, I'm willing to call it truth, brother. Like, for real, I ain't even realize it was you. I'm literally telling y'all that's how often I keep up with interactions with people on YouTube. So, because it wasn't really that serious to me. But if you want to call it truth, I'm really call it truth. And,
come up here, Sister Nandy. Come up here, Sister Nandy. I'll mute so that you can talk. I want you to come up here.
Did he hear me before I leave? I don't know if he heard me.
Jay did.
I heard you.
He heard you.
I heard you.
I heard you.
So be good. Or
all right. Thank you for coming up.
Did he say yes? No, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, he said yes.
He did. All right, cause I ain't here. All right, good night, y'all. Hey, Sister Nandy, she did a live. I ain't even get a chance to see it. Nandy did it live.
Yeah,
she did. All right. Good night, y'all.
Yeah. All right, girl.
Peace.
All right, bye.
Yeah, this was an
you a
epic day.
Libra, huh?
No.
This was an epic day.
I'm two. I'm both Libra and Scorpio. What were you saying, Ben?
No, I just said this was an epic day. This was epic,
It
because
was.
He needed to be removed from the community in the worst way, and for him to even know what he did. I mean, I'm not gonna say alleged, accused of. He's been convicted. He knew what he did, and instead of him just fading to black, he jumped right back on Instagram with this perverted lifestyle, grabbing women butts and all this nonsense, as if he did nothing wrong. And to hear that impact,
one of them once just apologize to the community when they get caught. Like
nothing.
I wanted to see Rashad Jamal and say, "Yeah, I'm. That's what. Don't make up these ridiculous stories. Stop this." You know what I'm saying? Like at this point, it's like it would be one thing if you was just Michael Eugene NOAK in the hood, and you did what you did, and it's horrible then.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a completely different thing when you present yourself as a leader. It becomes a whole different thing, and it
makes it worse. But yeah,
if there's
it's
the
alarming
next
either
Polight
way.
listening, right? Don't, because I don't think the community is going to take it anymore.
Nah.
We're not. We're speaking out about it. Go ahead, Ben.
No. I was gonna say shout out to you, Queen's Throne, because it was your platform for the last 2 years that kept the spotlight on this thing. Like everybody just, hey, I'm gonna wait for the case to come out, and they adjourned it and go and talk about sports and everything else. but damn near every podcast you did was about pedophilia in the black community and how it's hurting the community. And with the catalyst being Michael NOAK.
Right.
You know,
Well,
and you kept
my channel stands on that, but yeah, you know, there was times where we just did updates or whatever, but the last few months definitely went hard. But that's what my channel is about, survivors. Go ahead, man. Thank you.
that's deep. Yeah, because I, you know, when I got put onto your channel, it was on that guy's like, yo, she's on this this Polight thing, you know. So I was tuned in because I wanted to know
Remember,
what
you
was
thought
happening.
that Sonetta was on my panel, and you came up here ready, like, where that nigga at?
Oh yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
was like,
Exactly.
that was in the video. You were like, it was in the video. You was about to send it up with me.
Nah,
But
but
no,
you
we
know,
good, man. You know, we always been good.
yeah, yeah, and I've seen this from the beginning. Inky could tell you, I've been telling these guys that I like to believe that I'm a good judge of character, and what I mean by that is that I'm gonna let you speak your spiel, but then I'm gonna base you on your actions, you know. And you can sit here and talk about Black Power and revolution all day, and then once the business is closed, let's go to the strip club. You're not a revolutionary, you know. Let's go to the club and party. Nah, that's not what real men of action for revolutionary change in our community is about. We'll party once the change is made. You know what I mean? But for right now, we ain't got no time to be partying.
You know, let's just say that, right? Before I joined the conscious community, you know, in this incarnation, right? I was working with different environmental activists in the activist community in DC, and one of the things that bothered me about that led me to the conscious community was that most of the things, well, we need to raise money, let's have a party.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go to this protest and we're gonna go party, we're gonna go, you know, and it's the same type of, you know, essentially the same people, you know, coming out of different historically Black universities and colleges, people coming out of prisons, things like that, and they kind of intermingle. It's been going on like that since the days of the Panthers, right?
Right.
This weird intermingling of prison population and different institutions of Black people converging on different topics, right?
Right.
But you know, it's just a very interesting thing to watch, and it's something that we have to figure out how to detoxify.
Yeah, we got to eradicate it from the community. We got to have better vetting processes. You know, before we start putting people up on these pedestals, you know, they have to be interviewed and interrogated to make sure that they're qualified to say who they are before you start presenting them to the people as this great debater. You know, because that's the guys that they use. Oh, I got a brother here. He can debate anybody. Oh, his brother's deep. And they push him out
We
there to
gotta
the people.
differentiate between like barbershop debates and scholarly debates, because the strange intermingling of the two is where we're going wrong.
Right.
Because in a scholarly debate, there is there is some level of a definitive answer at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've all learned the points, right? But here, it's like people come into the debate with pom-poms for the personality. So whatever that person presents to them, they've won. And it's more like how people start beefing with each other on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's more, it becomes more like that. These aren't real debates.
At all. At all.
And us confusing this, right? Like we need to get rid of the term hood scholars, right? There's only one person qualified to debate on the House of Consciousness that's there regularly, and that's Jabari. The rest of them are playing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
Jabari entertains them, and I think that's why Jabari's wife complains about his interaction with them, because what you're doing as a professional scholar,
mm-hmm.
is you are validating people who are not scholars because they're talking the topic that you want to pontificate about.
Right.
And that's where people are trying to like get, that's Jabari's foul in this, right? What's his name? Reggie. Reggie's not even a scholar. He's a computer scientist playing as a legal debater because he worked in a law office at one point, but he was fired from that law office.
Right.
Because he wasn't good at computers for lawyers. So you're not even good at computers for lawyers, but you're trying to break down a case, right? We got to get away from. There's so many reasons to stay away from the house of consciousness, which will lead you into the den of pedophiles.
Right.
Right. And these are all the other, the deflections. Like, for instance, and this is my last thing I want to say, right? When he was trying to cast shadows on your character once you came out and said what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
The man went to what's the man's name? I can't even remember his name now. The brother that he would the Loaded Lux's manager. That he then he goes to this man that he had betrayed before, so he could say something foul about you, right? Like, this, I can't remember this dude's name now. He was his right hand man all the time, and then he he trades his woman to Ali Muhammad, and now he comes back, and now we're what I'm saying, and it's the people need to be wise enough to see these things. Why is the topic this, but instead of addressing this, you're talking about how everybody don't like Ben.
Right.
You're not saying that Ben is really the pedophile. You're not saying that. You just say, well, people don't like Ben, so don't listen to Ben. Like, people need to be smarter than this.
Right.
That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Because you a little long-winded. I feel what you're saying, but you a little long-winded. Ben, were you trying to?
Yeah, I want to hear Sister Nandy.
Okay. We all gotta mute up then.
I'm a mute. All right.
Go ahead, Sister Nandy.
Thank you, sis. First of all, thank you for having me. Peace to the panel.
Peace.
And to the royal family. Oh, I want to touch on a lot of things. I'm going to try to keep it very cordial and respectful. The first thing I want to talk about is how Sinetta and Napa is reacting. This is really weird to me. Looking at all of the stuff that's been going on in the community, they have been involved and have had their hands in a lot more than what we're seeing. What's even more sad is the people that was over there supporting it. And I'm going to speak on a couple of people that was on that panel. Sister Noble, let me start right there. I'm not even going to be disrespectful. It's just disappointing. Very disappointing. I've been a really good friend, and to sit there and watch all the people that have stuck their necks out to support the sister throughout the things that Sinetta did, just to go back and see what I saw today, I think, was a dagger to the throat for me. Let's move forward. Inky, I don't like you. I'm going to just keep it a stat. I don't like you. You phony. You a liar. And you're a clout chaser. I had some questions for you because you bounce from panel to panel and you backstab people that have even tried to support you through a lot of stuff. So I'm not even going to play with you. You was just over there on Sinetta's show. Why didn't you confirm the information about Nikki? You deflected the conversation. You tried to talk about something else. Don't nobody give a damn about what's in Sinetta's behind. That's his business. You should have focused on the topic at hand, which was the woman and her daughter. And you should have brought up the information if those allegations are true about Sinetta. So a lot of people are questioning because the more that these things are brought to the table, the more I see people either drop off or they some kind of way run from these questions. Doesn't make sense to me. Another thing I want to talk about. We got a lot of people out here who are trying to make money off of this. But let me ask a question. For all the people that went over there on Sinetta's pages and Garfield and all these pages that's been live 5 or 6 times today. Because I agree with Queen's Throne. Nobody was breaking their neck to be first. We all sat back and waited. We looked at all of their responses and everything first, which clearly should have showed y'all it was about clout chasing. When Queen Storm posted her show and I saw all of those names that was in that courtroom, don't y'all think they was in there all of these times before? Somebody just took time out to be able to go ahead and, be able to put it up on the screen. So this is not the first time Sonetta been in court. This is not the first time Sonetta knew what was going to go on and all of this stuff. And I'm going to look at all of them, because if Garfield and all of them was in court today, they all been in court the whole time. So I don't give any of them a pass, to be honest. I think they all knew what was going on. And I feel like, to be honest, all of them probably have had some hands in some stuff like this behind the scenes. It's just a lot of women, children, or whatever may not know who these brothers are, because they all got phony names. Don't nobody know where they really come from. They don't have any family backgrounds. I think after this situation, it's going to be more people coming forward than what we're seeing right now. So I'm going to go on mute. I don't want to be long-winded, but I just wanted to give my pointers. And shout out to Uncle Suge, and congratulations for all his accomplishments. And definitely shout out to Queen Storm for keeping these shows up. And I'll go on mute.
Thank you, Sister Nandy.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Sister Nandy, that I agree. I did see the Inky portion, and he could have easily said, "Yo, you got to take that up with Ben." I agree. You didn't have to deflect, and bring up anything else. You could have simply said, "That's something you need to take up with Ben," straight like that. You don't have to deflect. And when Sarnetta had the alleged phone call with Nikki, you see he didn't play that whole phone call. You see how brief he kept that. And right after that,
You're breaking up, Ben. We can't hear you.
Oh, wait, this the Ben who know Nikki, Ben?
Yeah.
Oh, I got some questions. Let me go on mute.
Okay. Hold on. Ben, if you there, we can't hear you. I dropped the link again so you could come back up, I mean. Yeah, this is the same one, sis. This shit is crazy. I haven't even really it hasn't really set in. It feels like a dream and I'm asleep. And this is what I, dreamt about. This is just unreal. But I want Ben to be able to speak. I'm gonna text him really quick. Hold on.
And while you doing this, since I'm gonna say this, I look at it kind of differently, because the characteristics that Polight, I never liked Polight. You can't find a video nowhere where I gave a big up to Polight or none of that, supported none of his debates, because you could just look at him and you could tell by the characteristics of the women that was around him and the polygamous energy that he put out, that it was a bunch of manipulating stuff. Even when I looked at their books, all of them have plagiarized books, Garfield and all of them. And they all, another thing that you brought out, and it was even on Garfield's panel, they was all Nuwapians. Why is Garfield and Unc and all of them trying to act like they don't know about the Nuwapos and stuff? But we know Unc was out there on Tamaray. I mean, and that's the land name plenty of times. So all this stuff, they trying to just shift stuff against each other, because I think it's something bigger going on behind the scenes, and they about to get caught up in a whole bunch of crap. So it's like a bunch of snitching going on, dry snitching, like I'm the first person said this, now I'm the first person. Nah, brother, but you was on the plane. Nah, brother, but you was around the corner. I think this investigation is bigger than what we seeing right now. And I'm going to go on mute so you can speak. Thank you, sis.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. I agree. I'm disappointed in Inky for going up there as well, and I voiced that to him. But I just at this point really cannot believe. Well, I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised that Sonetta and Nepal and all them sitting over there acting like they was really riding against this and they was really holding Polight accountable, and they wasn't. And then for Sonetta to sit up here and he's trying to, like, you know, placate to the victim's mother because he wants an interview. I think that's sick as fuck. Like, that is sick. And then you got Nepal up there like, you know, just listen to the mother. Oh my God, why haven't y'all been listening to the mother for the last 2+ years? Y'all basically was like, fuck her. Y'all made all type of comments. It's in my edits. It's in my live streams. Even when y'all try to act like, when Sonetta would be like, oh yeah, you know, if he gets found guilty, I'm not fucking with him no more. But y'all really don't have no smoke for him. Now you sitting up here trying to save the day at least and be able to interview one side, right? Which is the victim's mother. But you was sitting up here talking all this shit about Polight and interviewing Polight, but not once did you think about before or fuck interviewing Polight. Let me interview the victim's mother. I would have still looked at you like with a side eye, you know, if you would have done it within the last, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months or whatever. But at the end of the day, you went after several people, Sonetta, Nepal, and several people in the HOK because we spoke out about this dude, about what he was doing in the community. We were standing on his motherfucking head. And y'all niggas sat over there and literally attacked us because you thought that this nigga was not guilty, but y'all knew that he was. Like, Sonetta, you involved in a lot of this shit too. Where was the support for the victim's mother and the victim when you sat up there day after day and said you waiting on the final information to come out? And I hope that the victim's mother does not interview with you because you're trash. I'm not even saying that so she'll interview with me. I hope she interviews with Tasha K or another good, genuine platform where she can get her story out if that's the case. But I wouldn't be surprised if it took a while for her to be able to feel the need to do that because I felt her pain. She meant what she said. That shit hurt her. I was bawling tears. As a survivor, I was thinking about my own abuse, but I also was thinking all these quick thoughts of what Sonetta and them were saying over there, trying to put it on the girl, trying to put it on the mother, not once asking really about the father. But there was nothing going against Polight. And Sonetta to sit here and say that he said the baby Dr. York thing because he was mad at Polight, nigga, you knew. You knew. You can save that motherfucking shit for somebody else. I'm not going, bro. Like, dead ass. And that's all I want to say. Then you got motherfucking bitches. Hold on. Then you got bitches up there sitting up here trying to throw me and Sister Nandy up under the bus, jumping on Sonetta's platform and co-signing his bullshit or acting funny and shit. Bitch never needed you anyway. That's why I stayed distant from certain bitches. Nandy know that I only tolerated bitches because of her. Nandy. But Noble, you got about one more time, child. If you want to sit over there and suck they dick or whatever in the fuck, then that's on you. But don't throw us under the bus. We just got this verdict that this nigga abused this child. We heard the details of the case. We heard the compelling testimony from the mother. And you're sitting up here trying to blame us. Like, that's why Sonetta redirected you. But it's all good. Like, it's the disrespect for me. And you other bitches know who you is. And then you other niggas out here acting like y'all been fighting since day one. But this is just views and shit to you. You ain't really give a fuck. Motherfuckers cutting out what the mother said. And shit, they weren't interested in that. Y'all,
Hey,
this
speaking about it
community,
being just about views, you know that they kept saying that lady's name, right?
yeah.
And then they actually put her name on the thumbnail in the algorithm. I was blown away. I said, man, if this ain't showing what you own, bro, like, and it's disappointing, but bro, you're way worse than I ever thought. you're just a cold-blooded nigga, bro. Because even today, you couldn't find it within yourself to just try to handle shit right. You tried to defend yourself, but it was all about you. You made this shit all about you, bro.
Right. That
All
shit
the
was
way,
real
all the
sick.
way to where you completely abandoned protecting the mother. Right when she
Right.
gave her victim statement, was her name up there, QT?
Who?
You know, the girl's mom.
Yeah, her name was up there.
Wasn't it under victim?
No, yeah, it was. It was under NOAK victim
You see?
speaking or something. It
But
said
then when we get
something.
to HOK and all that shit, they said her name so many times. I said, come on, man. Now, at this point, you doing this on purpose. You don't need to keep doing this.
Right.
So, there's some cold niggas, man.
Dirty as hell. Dirty as hell. Just on purpose type of shit. And they ain't been advocating or nothing. When shit video was shown over here, it was because to show what the fuck, the disrespect and shit. Like when with the dog leash and shit like that. My thing was to point out certain shit with that. But I know she thinks about the mother, thinks about all this shit and wishes she could just rewind and take it back, but she can't. But what I saw today made me feel so much respect for the mother, bro. Like I said, I cried. I'm about to tear up now, just even thinking about the things that she said. But at the end of the day, she did everything she was supposed to do. She stood there tall and advocated for her daughter yet again today in court. And I'm glad that we had the same judge as well, because I feel like he knows the case. So, if we had a substitute judge like the last time, I would have felt funny about it. But yeah, I haven't even let all this really sink in totally. But the mother, like, please know that them people disrespected you. And I'm not going to direct you, mother, to the videos, right? But they disrespected you and your daughter. They allowed people to come up there and say some very heinous things about you and your daughter. Please do not allow this man to make money off of an interview. If you're going to interview somebody, do it with somebody that's reputable, something like that. Because all the HOK, Sonetta Studios, and Black News 102, Cam Up Podcast, and all associated channels, Napashada, all they're going to do is make money off of your story and your name. And at the end of the day, you're going to be disappointed. They're not trustworthy. We've pointed out several predators over there. It's in my video. That's what I'm saying. This is a pedophile ring at this point.
That's real
spill. I'm sorry. I just want to add something to that. Let me tell you, from what I've seen from the mother, and considering since this has happened, we have not seen her speaking out anywhere, as well as her wanting to protect her identity and the identity of the children. Because let's remember, there were some allegations of Polight threatening them through, the social media and contacting them and stuff like that. So I really just don't think we're going to even see this young lady or her mother on any type of interviews. I think that this, considering what happened in this situation, and we really haven't gotten all the details, because like she said, it was really heinous and her daughter was bruised, and I don't think that lady's gonna want to even come out here and put that all out in public media like that. She would have spoke out already.
No, I think
what do you think, sis?
I think that she probably won't. Here, mute. I think she probably won't come out. I'm not saying that I think that she will, but if she does, it won't be for a while. But I think the reason why she did not speak out is because she was doing the right thing. She didn't want to damage her daughter's case. Just like when it came to the stipulation of, him being on a sex offender list or not, him taking that plea and at least getting some time was important to her daughter. She stated in the audio that she didn't want to have her daughter relive that, and plus just go back and forth with negotiations as far as a plea. So, but I think you're right though. I don't think she's the type to just jump up and do an interview. But you know, when she's ready and it doesn't have to touch all bases or whatever, if she did, I would not look at her foul. You know what I'm saying? Because things may come to mind. I'm just saying. And I'm not saying that so that she does it, but I just don't really think that doing it on Sonetta Studios is the best option. I'm gonna mute up. Sister Nandy, did you want to say something after that? Because everybody on the panel, remember when Sister Nandy's talking, we have to mute. So I'm gonna pass the floor to her. Go ahead.
Oh no, sis, I totally agree. She definitely need to stay from over there. She don't need to be around any of those people. And I agree with you if she do choose to come out and talk about it and everything. I feel like everybody who really understands what her and her daughter has been through should be very supportive. But I totally agree with you on everything that you said. So I'm gonna go back on mute and I yield the mic. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you, Sister Nandy.
You welcome.
Def Dabster, go ahead, and then V Bennett. Salute to V Bennett.
Oh yeah. I just spoke a second ago. Go ahead and let him go, QT. Let V Bennett talk.
Okay, V Bennett.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up? What's up, everybody? Yeah, it's a great day. Finally, dude has got what he a little bit of what he deserved, and the victim got a little bit of justice. But I was just going to say one simple thing, and that is that Sonetta and Zion Lex, they heard rumors about Polight. They heard all those rumors. They talked about it. They were all fully aware that the conversation about Polight was that he was going after little kids. That was the conversation. And my question is, did they warn the mother? Since they cared so much, did they warn the mother?
No, they didn't.
And I think people should just stop playing this game because it's really that simple. You know, everybody just needs to ask Sonetta why he didn't warn the mother about his molesting little friend. You know, and it's that simple. And you know,
I want to know what Nepal was yelling about in the hallway.
I mean, she's in a room with the victim's mother listening to some men have a conversation about is rape legal in the Bible? And then her daughter gets raped. I mean, so Nepal need to shut the fuck up.
No, I'm talking about that audio that Zion Lex has where Nepal was talking about calling the police.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, this guy is simple. It's very simple. If you know that a
Hold
man...
on really quick. The charges are in the description of the live, so just go there and you'll see and what happened at court. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's really simple. If you know that a man you're in a room with has been accused of molesting a kid, and you're sitting in front of a woman that he's dating and she has a kid, why didn't you warn her? It's that simple. It only took a word. It didn't cost no money. It was for free. It could have took 2 seconds, you know? And these two men, they just need to stop bullshitting everybody with their fake religious bullshit. Sonetta need to stop playing with his conscience, claiming that he's about the community and all of that. These guys are the worst. And people just need to accept it and just stop playing games. And also, anybody else that today that's got some other beef with somebody else, give it a rest for one day. Just give it a rest. It's petty. Just give it a rest. You know, be grown-ups. You know, let this day sit. Let people focus on this day for a second. You know, yeah, that's all I could say. I mean, if we really give a damn, or we could just go into the petty shit. You know. Anyway, I'm out, yo. Peace.
The petty shit coming. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I feel you. Yeah, this shit's crazy. So.
Yeah, they all scrambling for cover. So now's the time to just keep the pressure, right? Because you know how you guilty by association.
Yeah.
That's definitely what we dealing with, and it's a long list of them niggas, man. It ain't just 2 people. So, you know, right about now, they just running around trying to get the heat off them or him or her, whoever we talking about, these individuals are trying to say themselves. But the great equalizer is the internet, because before, when they had pages and people didn't, wasn't in the algorithm, they were able to blindside us, to load up on us. Like, bro, think about how many Polight videos was out with his bullshit, him scamming, before there was any real pushback. Now that there's pushback, shit's changing. So it's gonna be interesting. They better figure it out, because it's looking like everything's going downhill. You can only play for so long.
I mean, what will he do when he gets out? Because his employment will be monitored.
Oh
They
yeah, well,
said that. They said his employment, but I'm paraphrasing, will be monitored, and then something about shirts, work shirts or something. I was
yeah,
wondering
that
if
nigga
those
got to
were
get a
new
job, huh?
covenant. I was wondering if those were new covenant shirts that they were referring to, but the mom was basically hinting to the scams. So ain't no telling who looking at it, especially now. Then, right, we've already uncovered that Michael E. NOAK is not obviously a real person, because remember we did the background check and his charges were gone, but previous to that, they were there, and it was replaced with he died
Yep,
August
I remember that.
16th,
I
but the
remember that.
charges were pressed August 17th. So that
Mm-hmm.
removed them, right? And then there's all this talk about Michael E. NOAK is not, that same person. We went through that already, right? But the judge also stated if he was an illegal immigrant, then that would cause a problem with that situation. So shit about to get ugly up in here, because, bro, I just foresee we're far from done with this, situation and everything like that. Things can unfold as well. Period. I'm just saying basically that we don't know how far this is finna end up going, and what Michael E. NOAK is gonna end up. This nigga might be in there and one day just call, try to reach out to the feds or something and snitch on Sonetta because he mad because his wives come back and tell him that Sonetta talking shit or so and so or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, he already said he's telling on everybody. He said that already. I'm waiting on it. And that was over the scamming, so I know he's telling over this.
Facts. This shit
I
is
wouldn't be
wild.
surprised if he's already said some shit like, bro, you was looking at 61 years. I didn't know that you was looking at that much time, even though I did think you should have been looking at a gang of time. So you got sentenced to 7, probation for 10, and if you fuck up, you still got to get the 61.
Okay,
Right?
Miss Vicky. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
Right.
So
Yeah, because
it's gonna be interesting to watch him tap dance for 17 years.
Right. Period. Because that's exactly what he's gonna be doing. And the probation is like basically sex offender probation. So they'll be monitoring him. And it's already tight in
Good.
Dade County. We've already clicked into how harsh they are in Dade County as far as pedophiles, where they can live. So in Dade County, a pedophile has to live 25,000 feet or something away from a child, a school, and certain other places. But normally in other states, it's only 1,000 feet. So they literally have pedophiles that are living under bridges, that are living in neighborhoods that have been taken over by pedophiles. So, and if they don't have an address, that would cause them to violate as well, because they have to be monitored. He's probably going to have a house arrest bracelet on at some point, and that's after he gets the parole board to parole him. He could be denied the first, second, or any time that he tries to apply for parole, but he has to serve what was it, 5.9 years, so basically 6 years before he's eligible for parole. He has no good time at this time. Basically 2 days. That's what he would have had from when he got arrested to when he allegedly bailed out, which was, I guess, the 19th of August 2021, and he was arrested and charged August 17th 2021. So he only has 2 days good time because he has to serve 85% of it to be eligible for this probation. And I'm confused because normally it's parole, but whatever. I don't think he's gonna make it off of, maybe even out of prison, but definitely not probation. And the next time he gets charged with a sexual offense, he'll be an habitual offender, and they're gonna body slam him, whether even if it's after he's off probation.
That class
You know what I'm saying?
action lawsuit should be coming.
Yep. And she could sue him all type of ways, unless that's
Shit.
in the plea deal. But
Yeah.
I like how she pressed charges. She stuck through with it, even though it was hard. They had to give depositions. Nandy, weren't you saying that there's like 750 something pages of the case? Like, that's crazy. And I'm sure that it is. You know, this is a bigger case. So
Yeah, they have all of the DNA, like, you know, they give the samples, they give the exact amount of percentages, and then they got all these different witnesses, would have been the hospital, the doctors, you know what I'm saying? So it's everybody's got different reports, and that the police officers, the hotel people, the footage, you know, they went back and grabbed a lot of stuff, and once he realized that they had all that evidence, this is when he decided to cop his plea. So it's basically everything in there, from the hotel where the mother was staying, the statements, the police officers, like I said, all of the examiners, the graping kit, the clothing, the pictures of the young lady. It's a lot of stuff, and now some things, of course, you know, you will not be able to access because it's a minor, but they had all of that that's inside the case. I'll go back on mute.
I agree, sis. You there, Def? All right, maybe his audio isn't. But yeah, so we got he's got 7 years in prison, 10 years probation. He has to be on a sex offender and mental health program. He has to complete that successfully. He is to have no contact with the victim or the victim's mother. He cannot be around children unsupervised until off probation, but there is no sex offender registry. In fact, that's the only thing that he was literally fighting for. So he paid all this money to an attorney for hella continuances and no sex offender registry. But like I said, he's on probation, which is like registered probation for 10 years. So he must obey all the laws as far as it says parole, but probation, if he violates, he will face 61 years in prison. He has to pay $5,000 to the victim in 24 hours. The restitution is $25,000 total. His employment will also be monitored, but that if he violates, and that's for anything, he will go to prison for 61 years, or that's the bargaining tool, basically. You know, they may give him a couple of years or whatever, or a couple of months if it's something that's not, you know, as serious as, you know what I mean? Like, not getting a job quick enough, or, you know, some shit like that, like petty, not petty, but it's still serious, but, you know, not like a reoffense. Like, he could literally jaywalk and be fucked in the game. So at the end of the day, you know, with a little bit of sarcasm on it, but I think that this shit is crazy. So that's what we're looking at with that. But as all this registers, I'm pretty sure, you know, I'm just like, wow, bro. At this time, I'm just like, what the fuck? This was a doozy. And then we weren't sure, like, when they were gonna do the court or anything, because the judge had another case. That's why they were talking about trial. And then people were saying that there's new charges that are coming out. No, they just amended them. So we gotta be careful of what we're inserting as facts and actually look into it. I hope that the Empowered Esquire comes out and does a video as well, as or that Attorney Shabazz lady, come out and give a take now. Polight can't do anything to you, so come out and speak. I would like to hear their take, but I'm gonna go on mute. Y'all can speak.
I'm gonna get ready to drop down. I wanted to just add something else. It's some other stuff in there too, because remember now, that was a 4-page plea deal. What in the world is in that plea deal? So remember, the judge said that they were gonna speak on the, what he would consider to be the importance of specifications. But like you said, he is binded to a lot of stuff. So if he walked any type of way, which I doubt very seriously, because I mean, in 7 years, let's be realistic. Let's hope World War III don't destroy the world before 7 years and, stuff like that. So just looking at that situation, and as far as his case, like you said, in Dade County, I don't think he gonna even get parole, sis. I agree with what you said. If he make it through them 6-7 years, I think when he comes up for parole or probation or whatever, he gonna be stuck in there. They just gonna keep denying it. And another thing I wanted to add, and I'm gonna close with this. I think the real reason why he kept trying to keep it off the media and keep from being a registered sex offender, because somewhere in his sick, sadistic mind, he gonna come back out here on the same scamming and start back messing with children. Because why was that the only thing important? You're not worried about if you're going to jail. You're not worried about, I'm just using this because we all know he's guilty. But let's just be realistic. Why is it so imperative that he not disclose he's a sex offender unless he has another agenda? So I want to say thank y'all very much for having me. My voice is still a little messed up, and I'm going to go get me some rest. Queen Storm, keep up the work. I had some questions for being an Inky. That's kind of a reason why I stuck around, but I guess I'll catch them in another time. Thank everybody for having me, and peace to the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate it coming up, sis. Anytime. I will try to see if I can, locate them at another time. Def Dabster, you have anything that you would like to add? Hey, Nikwa. Shout out to y'all also for the donations. I appreciate you guys. And the messages. Thank you. Def Dabster, you there? Because I can't hear you. If you are, I'm going to drop the link one more time. Anybody got something to say? We definitely going to readdress this. Def Dabster, you there? Yeah, so I'm going to drop him down because I don't think he can here at this time, but we definitely gonna stay on this. Sonetta, it seems like he's gonna come out with 100 videos about it or whatever, trying to deflect, trying to blame us for shit, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna work, period, point blank. You did all that shit by your motherfucking self. You were advocating against the victim, well, not by yourself, your house of predators. We pointed out several predators that are attached to you that you still ride with today, or you play dumb and act like you don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm over it. Sonetta, Nepal, you better shut the fuck up before it goes bad on this bitch for you again. Because there's already several people that have something to say about you and what you're doing. Like you're an embarrassment. Literally, I cannot fucking believe that you had the audacity to sit up there today and, cape and bullshit and then act like you gave a fuck about the victim's mother. That's trash. You didn't care about the victim either. You guys knew what the fuck was going on. You guys kept stating, it's out there now. Why did everybody have that same slogan over there? It's out there now, like you guys already knew. Lex Vortex claimed that he already knew. Lex Vortex claimed that he also has audio of Napa flipping out the day that him, Polight, and Napa did that interview and the victim's mother was there as well, and another woman. So at the end of the day, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. All these bitches that are running over there to try to act like, you know, they stand with Sonetta now and all this shit like that. Sonetta Studios is done. The HOK is done. The House of Consciousness is done. We just got some cleaning up to do. And I'll be dedicated to doing that. So from now on, my true crime, besides this fuck nigga shit, will be over on my true crime channel, as well as, you know, that's it. That's where it'll be. I'll start putting out videos about other situations and shit over there. That's what it's for. But I'm finna stay on your motherfucking ass, my nigga. Like, dead ass. You got me fucked up, Sonetta. Period. I literally haven't even, like, processed all the information that happened. I'm gonna need a good night's sleep, and I'm gonna sleep like a fucking baby, okay? While you're sitting over there stressed the fuck out at all these people finally calling you out, finally going against you until they make up with you again. But I'm gonna let you squirm. I'm gonna let you feel bad when all you had to do was listen to me from the beginning. I told you this shit is weird as fuck. You need to, as a bigger platform, as the quote unquote, you know, godfather or whatever of the conscious community, you need to come and distance yourself from Polight, but you just could not do it. You had to wait until the very last motherfucking moment to do it. And now you're sitting over here still trying to shit on us. Still, you know, trying. You could have came out and said, you know what, I apologize. Y'all were right. But you showed no humbling at all. You just still was like fucking and trying to weasel out of it. You know goddamn well why the fuck niggas is standing on your fucking neck about this shit in correlation with Brother Polight. At the end of the day, nobody's over here lying on you. Nobody's trying to manipulate or put some extra shit. And like I said, I'm not convinced with this whole Nikki Chanel situation, because at the end of the day, you trying to sit up there and act like, you know, you got audio of her, you didn't play it. And what we did hear, she never said that you didn't abuse her. Her whole behavior gave uncomfortable. It just wasn't, it wasn't that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that, look, I've been there. I'm a victim myself, a survivor myself. And no, I know how survivors respond, right? And it was given that she couldn't speak no more really on it, and you were pushing the whole topic. You wanted to continue the topic because you're just playing, bro. At the end of the day, you know that nobody put this Nikki Chanel shit on you. Ben had called in. He said what he said. Then I finally got him in for an interview. He talked more about it, and he stated verbatim that you cannot take away what he saw out of his head. I talked to that man for hours before I finally, you know, got him up here to interview, right? And I heard the sincerity in his voice. I know what the fuck it is. You did that to Nikki Chanel. You riding with predators over there still to this day. You, one minute you're cool with Mighty Hebrew, the next you're not. Tazariak got accusations. It's just talk at this time. But he also supports predators as well. You told me that I was lying about Sinful the P until I came out and shown the public one more time, for like the fourth time, that Sinful the P was a registered sex offender because he got a 14-year-old pregnant and pimped her, right? You told me I was lying. When I told you to start vetting people in the conscious community, you told me I was doing too much. I was asking for too much. You tried to say that I'm clout chasing, like I'm jealous off of you. I already been on your platform. Remember when you begged me to come on your platform and talk about molestation? Like, you're fucking trash, bro. You had nothing to even offer at that time. Then you're playing in Sci-Fi's molestation. I'm glad, I think it was Suge that brought that up. You were playing in her molestation. You lied on me and NOAK. You got our stories confused. And you said that you don't believe us. Then you come out saying that you were molested by a bus driver in New York and you didn't say nothing, but you were just talking shit to Neo, or what you thought was me, you know, about because you thought that I didn't follow through with charges, but you didn't. Like, what the fuck, bro? You sat up here and you played in Tariq Noel's face when he came out and told his story and made himself vulnerable to the fucking public as a man talking about another man molesting him. And you guys sat at that table, you and Garfield sat and played in his fucking face, only to turn around and act like Tariq Noel was lying. And you even said that in a live stream. So Tariq Noel and Chuck Morgan pulled up and you were talking different. You acted like you didn't know what was going on with Dr. York. You knew, and you recently said it, and I caught it in the edit. Then you sit up here and say that nobody includes the parts to where you're saying if he's found guilty, you're not fucking with him and he should go where York is and all this and that. I showed that in every edit that you said that in. Remember, royal family, I edit to get the information that we need, not edit to make it what we need. But my reputation, as far as my edits, it precedes anything that Sonetta could really understand. Because period, point blank, I do my fucking thug dizzle. And shout out to the real ones that stood on this. That even though Sonetta and his grease goons were sitting up here talking shit about us, trying to dox us, fucking with our families, the threats, death threats, the flagging, all that, they stood on 10 toes. Unlike the people that now are just trying to jump on the train and trying to mingle in, the whole time you greasy as fuck. That's all I got to say about this royal family. I'll probably come back Friday, which is my normal live stream day. If you're new to the channel, I live stream Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday at this time. That is subject to change as soon as next week. So stay tuned for updates and stuff. I do have to go over the road for approximately 3 to 6 months off and on. Like, I'll be home, but I'll be on the road more. So all the time I may not be able to go live, but I will be making edits and, you know, showing up in the videos as well, some of them, and giving commentary in the same manner or whatever. And I will run it as a premiere so we can enjoy it together. It will be like a live, but there will still be lives, I'm sure. But I just wanted to forewarn you guys. Shout out to everybody that shared the video, that supported since day one, or is new to finding out about this, but you genuinely felt that this situation is wrong. Michael E. NOAK is fucked up and he needs to pay for what he did. And Sonetta being held accountable for the people that he lets over there in the least bit. So if you don't want to believe, you know, the Nikki Chanel situation or whatever, but go watch a video. I interviewed Ben and he spoke about it and things like that. But there's just too much for me to turn down now. Period, point blank. Shout out to Sister Nandy as well as Ben for standing on 10 toes. Sis, I see you even if I'm not commenting. I'm in there. Sometimes I'm driving or, you know, handling the kids and shit like that, or at work. But I am listening or editing sometimes. I'll be popping in and popping out listening when I can. But much love to all my moderators. Thank you for those that donated. I appreciate you guys. Donations over here. I'm not a monetized channel, so donations go into making the channel better, getting me new software so that I can make fire edits for you guys and things like that and keep things running over here. So I appreciate you guys. But I do have to work around 11 o'clock Central, and it's 1:11 here. So I'm feeling tired, y'all. I'm going to leave it at that and let everything soak in. And I'll be back to you guys soon. I might make an edit tomorrow. Might see something that, you know, I just throw up. But I think I'll be back live Friday. So much love. Thank you so much. I'm going to add this and we're going to listen to Don D on the way out. Much love, you guys. Salute to the royal family. We did it. We did it. I apologize if I'm not like, yeah, woo. But I got to soak it all in. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I went on an emotional roller coaster today. It was very draining. But at the end of the day, I'm mad that it's only 7 years, but he's going to be walking a tightrope. Trust and believe that, okay? And if everybody in the community that stands against this, you know, keeps this situation alive. Look at Dr. York. People are still keeping it alive. So new people are finding out about it. He's not gonna be able to get out and do the same things that he did before. So it's gonna be interesting. Plus, he has to make it through, like, period. Anyway, I'm talking too much, y'all. Much love. I did appreciate you guys, and thank you for those that just came to hear me out today. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable. Please stay woke, because you will see me or hear my voice in another edit or live stream. If you haven't already, subscribe, hit the bell so you can get notifications, as well as make sure that you hit the like button. That is even better sometimes than a donation or a share. I appreciate it. It helps it get out in the algorithm too. So we're going to listen to Don D, Homie, before we get out of here. Much love, y'all.
D-Mark got that heat on.
I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. Soon as I come around, niggas shut the fuck up. Niggas said we killed your homie, dog, bitch, it won us. We was on the highway trying to make me before the sun up. Them choppers out, we ride, tell them pussies gonna run up. Now I'm sliding, nigga. I smoke that side of meditate to ease my man, nigga, huh? That's your homie with the shit, you say you ride with him. He crossed that land, them shots get fired, I guess you dying with him. You wildin' out, you talking crazy like you don't know me. The crazy part about it, I looked at you as an OG. I had the AR on me, I had to walk in front of the police. My nigga, I know you cash shit, this all you had to show me. And I never ever let that nigga hold me. I never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I see the bitch up in you niggas, huh? Get from around me, 100 shots up on this bus, huh? Put that ×3, I got some killers in my circle. Never mind me, these bitches I don't trust them, why? Cause they won't clown me. I had that 5'7" on me, huh? With that long nose, did some shit up in these streets, huh? Only Lord knows, close my mouth, keep to myself, huh? I can't tell on me some shit I gotta suffer, or some shit that I gotta read. Tell they ass I'm ready for whatever. I be outside, it's fucked up how they left him, how they leave him with his mouth wide. Chop it over Stella on the regular, you know homicide. Say baby, fuck them niggas, count them digits, just stay on your grind. I add it up, huh? Hit the trap with the scale, bitch, I bag it up, huh? Get it back to the club, so run it up, huh? Yeah, them choppers, they on deck, but nigga won't war with us. Who the fuck won't war with us, huh? I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. I can never let a nigga hold me. My homie, my woody. You know what the fuck going on, nigga? I demand my motherfucking respect, nigga. If a nigga look like they got something to say, or if a nigga feel like they got something to say, keep that shit to yourself and get buried, pussy. You know how the fuck I'm coming. Nigga from Chicago to your city, nigga. From Cabrini to your hood, nigga.
D-Mark got that
what the fuck going on?